Chapter 978. Rumble! The mountain and river cauldron descended from the sky, suppressing all directions. The Buddhist skeletal demon, who only had its upper body left, was surging with demonic energy as it struggled for its life. However, as the mountain and river cauldron descended, the demonic energy on the Buddhist skeletal demon's body was dispersed, revealing its skeletal body shrouded in demonic energy. Roar! The Buddhist skeletal demon roared. The soul fire in its skull was violently pulsing, and its bones were cracking from the suppression. It could die again at any time. I said, "I will kill you again." Gu Fei soared into the sky, flew above the mountain and river cauldron, and then sat cross-legged on it. With the three realms Buddhist lamp above his head and the violet gold divine sword in his hand, he drove the mountain and river cauldron with all his strength. His entire body surged with monstrous blood energy, and above his head there were crimson dragons soaring. Vast spiritual energy poured into the mountain and river cauldron, and the primordial chaos chi began to appear on the mountain and river cauldron. The Tao patterns on the cauldron seemed to come alive, and the charm of the great Tao flowed out. A domineering saber light circled around Gu Fei. The four sacred weapons formed a terrifying forbidden zone, protecting Gu Fei within. Roar! I am not willing. The Buddhist skeletal demon roared. He had underestimated Gu Fei, which was definitely a fatal mistake. The four sacred weapons appeared in the hands of one person at the same time. This was unprecedented. No one would believe it, even if he said it. This way of dying was too vexing. It wasn't that he was inferior, but that he had died under the sacred weapons. The Buddhist skeletal demon regretted it to death, but there was no medicine for regret in this world. However, just as Gu Fei was about to kill the Buddhist skeletal demon, just as his soul was destroyed, the ancient temple that was floating in the chaotic chi once again erupted with a terrifying aura. This, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Boom! The ancient temple suddenly shook, and a monstrous demonic energy gushed out from the open door. The Buddhist patterns on the ancient temple flickered with brilliance, and the power of the great Tao lingered. Another powerful aura exploded in the ancient temple, as if a peerless demon had been awakened. Following that, a total of 6 terrifying auras that were powerful enough to make one's heart palpitate erupted from the ancient temple. It was as if 6 terrifying demons had awakened. Gu Fei was in a daze. He thought of an ancient legend. Ancient Chaos 7 Buddhist demons. To think that this is actually real, legend has it that in the ancient times there were 7 almighty Buddhas who were comparable to Buddhas. They turned from Buddhas into devils, causing chaos in the world. Even the legendary eternal Buddhas were alarmed and wanted to kill these 7 Buddhas and devils. However, he did not expect that the chaotic 7 Buddha demons, who were said to have been slain by the Buddhist Lord throughout the ages, would appear here. It seemed that they wanted to use the chaotic veins beneath the ground to nourish the demon bones. Bam! A loud sound was heard. Before Gu Fei could think too much, the ancient temple that was floating in the chaotic air actually broke through the chaos and directly collided with Gu Fei. A part of the world instantly collapsed, turning into a chaotic void. The sacred weapon around Gu Fei trembled, circulating the aura of the great Tao to resist this extremely terrifying power. This ancient temple had actually been refined into a terrifying divine weapon that was comparable to an extreme Tao saint weapon. The 6 awakened Buddhas and devils in the ancient temple did not rush out. Instead, they directly drove the ancient temple to resist Gu Fei's sacred weapon of the extreme path with extreme ferocity. Swoosh! Gu Fei pointed with his finger, and the domineering saber light surrounding him immediately shot forward. The peerless saber light soared thousands of meters into the sky, breaking through the chaotic void, and slashed at the ancient temple that was rushing over. Boom! The peerless blade light fiercely slashed on the ancient temple. The entire world seemed to be collapsing. The great collision of the two sacred weapons caused a terrible destruction. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, the ground was collapsing, the void was collapsing, and even the underground cavern that spewed chaotic air collapsed. Endless chaotic air surged out from the ground. There was a chaotic vein under the ground that gathered chaotic air. Now, under the collision of the two sacred weapons of the extreme path, this chaotic vein of chaotic air collapsed. The impact of the collapse of the Earth's vein was absolutely unimaginable. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles collapsed, and the area within 10,000 miles was shaken. The ground cracked, the mountains collapsed, and the rivers flowed in reverse. This kind of fluctuation could be felt within 100,000 miles. After the peerless blade light collided with the ancient temple, it flew back. Gu Fei's body shook violently, and he almost fell from the mountain and river cauldron. He wiped away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and then decisively retreated. As Gu Fei was forced to retreat, the Buddhist skeletal demon that was almost crushed to death by the mountain and river cauldron immediately felt the irresistible power that was suppressing him disappear. He did not die, and quickly turned into a beam of demonic light, rushing into the ancient temple. Boom! 7 terrifying forces exploded in the ancient temple. The 7 auras merged together, and the patterns formed by the interweaving demonic and Buddhist patterns on the entire ancient temple began to radiate with dazzling demonic light. The entire ancient temple seemed to come to life. The soul of this sacred weapon was awakening, as if a supreme demonic ancestor was awakening. Damn it! Gu Fei felt the vast energy, fluctuation above the ancient temple. He couldn't help but change his expression, and his mind was greatly shaken. The 7 Buddhist demons of the chaotic era could actually make this sacred weapon display the extreme demonic might. What was the point of fighting now? There was no hope. Gu Fei put away the mountain and river cauldron, the peerless blade, and the violet gold divine sword. The 3 realms Buddhist lamp hovered above his head, and he used the 8 desolation steps to turn around and leave. With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to unleash the divine might of a saint weapon of the extreme Tao. It was impossible for him to fight against the chaotic ancient 7 Buddhas in the ancient temple. Taking advantage of the fact that the soul of the devil weapon in the ancient temple had yet to fully awaken, he quickly retreated. If the ancient temple displayed the extreme demonic might, even if Gu Fei used all 5 sacred weapons, he would not be able to compete with the ancient temple. At that time, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. The ancient temple that displayed the extreme demonic might could launch the strongest attack of the true demon of the chaotic era. That was the supreme demonic ancestor that could compete with the saints of the chaotic era. Even the saints of the chaotic era would be shocked, let alone Gu Fei. Rumble! The aura that erupted above the ancient temple was still increasing rapidly. A vast power of the great Tao was spreading, and the entire heaven and earth shook. The entire world could feel this power fluctuation. Roar! In the center of this world, within the blood sea, a terrifying roar rang out. A blood-colored devil hull could be vaguely seen within the blood sea. That terrifying supreme existence within the blood sea seemed to be somewhat uneasy. Chapter 979. With a single step, Gu Fei rushed towards the stone door. He didn't dare to stay in this world any longer. The ancient Chaos 7 Buddha devils were unparalleled and hard to resist. Among the aristocratic families, there were at least 2 terrifying existences that could threaten Gu Fei's life. The ancient Chaos 7 Buddha devils were one of them. That ancient temple was a supreme demon weapon. If one could awaken the soul of this supreme demon weapon and display its extreme demonic might, even if an extreme Tao saint came, the ancient Chaos 7 Buddha devils wouldn't be afraid. The other one was the existence in the blood sea in the depths of this world. Although that existence didn't show itself, it was definitely not weaker than the ancient Chaos 7 Buddha devils. The awakening of the supreme demon weapon caused the entire world to tremble. Countless ancient creatures were trembling, and terrifying demonic roars came from the depths of this world. All of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei. He used the internal world energy to isolate all of his aura and rushed out from the depths of this world, arriving at the entrance of this world. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly rushed in. He walked through the ancient bone path, which was only a few miles long, and arrived in front of a half-open stone door before walking out. This ancient stone door wasn't the legendary heavenly gate. The bone path wasn't a path to heaven. Behind the stone door was a chaotic world that was on the verge of collapse. Not to mention Gu Fei, this was something that no one would have thought of. Roar! The moment Gu Fei stepped out of the stone door, he felt as though his head was bombarded by something. A strange and evil force was actually attacking his Naiwan palace. Gu Fei roared and almost fell down. If it wasn't for the Buddhist light from the Three Realms Buddhist lamp protecting his body, his soul would have been destroyed by that force and he would have become a soulless walking corpse. Even so, Gu Fei felt as though his soul was being beaten out of his body by that force. His soul shook and his head felt as though it was about to explode. Die for me! A resentful soul fluctuation came and a murderous voice resounded in Gu Fei's mind. Die my ass! Gu Fei's eyes were wide open and bloodshot. There was a hint of madness and malevolence in his expression. At this moment, a vertical purple mark appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Swoosh! A dazzling purple divine light rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and dispersed the force that was attacking his Naiwan palace. Ah! A miserable shriek was heard. Amidst the pitch-black Yin-cold qi, a divine pearl surrounded by Yin divine flame fell from the sky. This divine pearl was the dragon pearl of the primordial winged dragon that Gu Fei had killed. The fist-sized dragon pearl surged with vast lunar energy, and the image of a dragon appeared indistinctly. It turned out that it was the primordial winged dragon that was causing trouble. The soul of the primordial winged dragon had entered the dragon pearl and suddenly launched a soul attack at Gu Fei, who was walking out from behind the stone door. The primordial winged dragon had its flesh destroyed by Gu Fei. Naturally, it wouldn't let it go so easily. This primordial winged dragon hid in front of the stone door and gave Gu Fei a fatal blow. The primordial winged dragon wanted to use its powerful soul power to break through Gu Fei's Naiwan palace and directly destroy Gu Fei's soul. This primordial winged dragon could be said to have taken every possibility into account. However, it still miscalculated. It never would have thought that Gu Fei actually had a saint weapon of the extreme path. Gu Fei used the Buddhist light of the Three Realms Buddhist lamp to protect his body, weakening the primordial winged dragon's soul attack. This allowed Gu Fei to escape the calamity of having his soul destroyed and never being able to reincarnate. Boom! Gu Fei's soul power erupted without holding back. A visible ripple could be seen spreading out from between his eyebrows. How is this possible? The primordial winged dragon's soul rippled. It was both shocked and furious. Its attack was actually dissolved by Gu Fei. This was simply too inconceivable. Could it be that this fellow's soul power was actually this strong? The lunar dragon, Pearl, trembled, wanting to soar into the sky and fly away. You still want to escape? Gu Fei sneered. This primordial winged dragon really didn't know what was good for it. Gu Fei had destroyed its flesh, but it still dared to attack him. This time I'll destroy its soul. Clang! The clanging sounds did not stop. Gu Fei's extremely strong soul power turned into many divine sabers. Then he slashed towards the lunar dragon pearl in an overwhelming manner. This was the transformation of the soul power. With extremely strong soul power, it condensed into a divine saber. This was the blade of divine will. Gu Fei wanted to use this blade of divine will to destroy the primordial winged dragon's spiritual soul inside the lunar dragon pearl. Roar! The blade of divine will broke through the layers of the power of Een and instantly struck the lunar dragon pearl. The primordial winged dragon's soul rippled as it roared in fear. This kind of divine saber formed by the soul power was extremely fast. Moreover, it completely ignored the power of Een that emanated from the lunar dragon pearl and directly slashed into the dragon pearl. The dragon's shadow inside the dragon pearl immediately dimmed. Swoosh! A vertical eye seemed to have opened between Gu Fei's eyebrows, emitting even more dazzling divine light. Rays of divine light formed by the soul power fell from the sky and interweaved into an inescapable net, trapping the dragon pearl. Without hesitation, Gu Fei directly used his soul power to destroy the dragon soul inside the lunar dragon pearl. The strength of Gu Fei's soul power was comparable to the immortal emperor and Shin King. Although the soul of the primordial winged dragon was very strong, it was not as strong as Gu Fei's soul power. The attack just now was an excellent opportunity to kill Gu Fei. If Gu Fei did not have the Three Realms Buddhist lamp to protect himself, he would have been killed. This kind of soul attack was incomparably vicious. It could directly destroy a person's spiritual soul. However, if the opponent's soul power was stronger than his own, he would be easily devoured by the opponent. After Gu Fei destroyed the spiritual soul of the primordial winged dragon inside the lunar dragon pearl, he took out the mountain and river cauldron and stored the lunar dragon pearl inside. Subsequently, Gu Fei used all his strength to close the half-open stone door again. Then he walked towards the depths of the abyss. When he destroyed the ancient pterosaur's soul, he had already read the ancient pterosaur's memories. He knew that the immortal divine grass grew in the depths of the abyss, in a place no one could approach. The primordial winged dragon had been drooling over the immortal grass for a long time. However, it was unable to take the immortal grass away. Therefore, it settled down in the abyss. Soon, Gu Fei arrived at the place. It was a cave that was spewing out the lunar chi of the earth. Beside the cave, there was a stalk of immortal grass growing on a pitch-black rock. Chapter 980. The Immortal Godly Grass. Gu Fei's eyes brightened when he saw the grass that looked like an ancestral dragon. This immortal, godly grass grew in the depths of the Tying earth veins. The Tying chi here was vast and mighty. The cave was connected to the Tying earth veins and was the source of the Tying chi, the coldest place. Even though Gu Fei was protected by the Buddhist lamp of the Three Realms, he still felt that the space around him was frozen. He could feel a strong pressure coming from all directions. The Buddhist lamp of the Three Realms floated above Gu Fei's head. The tricolored Buddhist light lit up the darkest place in the world. The immortal godly grass was shaped like an ancestral dragon. It was about to soar into the sky and transform into an ancestral dragon. Bang! The cauldron of mountain and river rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian. It broke through the layers of Tying chi and instantly grew to the size of a mountain. It flew above the Tying earth veins. Rumble! The entire frozen void began to tremble. Above the mountain and river cauldron, the primordial chaos chi was vast and mighty. A great power erupted from the mountain and river cauldron, sealing the entire world. Whoosh! The moment Gu Fei threw out the cauldron of mountain and river, the immortal godly grass moved. Its roots were pulled out from the ground and transformed into the shadow of a dragon. It wanted to rush into the cave next to it. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. This immortal, godly grass had already gained sentience. It turned into a small ancestral dragon and wanted to escape into the Tying earth veins. The cave was connected to the Tying earth veins. Once this godly grass escaped into the Tying earth veins, not even the strongest cultivators would be able to catch it. The immortal godly grass was known to be immortal. It could live forever in the world. Even if the chaos era was broken and the human world changed, it would still exist. Those who obtained it could live forever. Since the beginning of time, the immortal godly grass was the dream of all cultivators. However, it was very rare. It was even rarer than the ancient saints. Even in the untainted land of ancient times, only the saints of the extreme Tao possessed this legendary divine medicine of the extreme Tao. This was a legendary ancestral dragon divine grass, formed from the blood essence of an ancient ancestral dragon. It contained the undying ancestral dragon's qi, and was an extreme divine medicine of the dragon clan. If the dragon race obtained it, they could change their physique and have the potential to become the supreme dragon ancestor. Even if they could not become the dragon ancestor, they could become the great perfection heavenly dragon emperor. The great perfection heavenly dragon emperor was a terrifying existence that surpassed the almighty realm. As long as the sages did not appear, he would be invincible. Trying to escape, Gu Fei was prepared for this. He took out the mountain and river cauldron and stabilized a part of the void, suppressing the surroundings. The entire region was instantly sealed. It didn't matter if it was the extreme Yin earth vein or the ancestral dragon divine grass, they were all suppressed. The extreme Yin frigid qi gushing out of the cave was suppressed. The ancestral dragon divine grass was fixed in the air above the cave. It looked like a little ancestral dragon with a 9-colored dragon pearl in its mouth. It was struggling violently, trying to break through the power of the mountain and river cauldron and rush into the cave below. Rumble, the mountain-like mountain and river cauldron descended from the sky and completely suppressed everything. The ancestral dragon divine grass was gradually suppressed back to its original form, unable to maintain the form it had after transforming. It was just an immortal spiritual medicine, not the real little ancestral dragon. Although the immortal spiritual medicine was intelligent and could transform, it did not have great magical powers. Even though the immortal godly medicine possessed an undying life, it could not cultivate into a great demon. Being able to gain sentience and take on a human form was already its limit. Under the suppression of the mountain and river cauldron, the little ancestral dragon that was imprisoned in the air above the cave gradually turned into a dragon-shaped divine grass. The dragon-shaped divine grass had an ancestral dragon fruit in its mouth. The ancestral dragon fruit was something that even a celestial being realm real dragon would go crazy for. This will be of great use to Shaoqing. Gu Fei walked forward with the 3 realms Buddhist lamp on his head. Even under the protection of the light of Buddha and the mountain and river cauldron, he still felt the bone-chilling cold. Wisps of cold air drilled into his body as if they wanted to drill into his bones and soul. The Taiyin cold qi contained in the Taiyin earth vein was not to be underestimated. Even the most powerful in the world would not dare to enter the depths of the Taiyin earth vein. If it were not for the protection of the supreme divine weapon, Gu Fei would never have been able to get close to the area where the ancestral dragon divine grass was. No wonder the primordial winged dragon that cultivated the power of Taiyin could not obtain the ancestral dragon divine grass even after waiting in the abyss for so long. Just as Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to suppress the space and was walking towards the ancestral dragon divine grass, above the abyss, Heitian, Yener, Shaoqing, and Balan were extremely anxious. If it were not for the fact that Gu Fei had the protection of the supreme divine weapon, they would have asked the old tortoise for help. The old tortoise was Shaoqing's master, and Shaoqing was the old tortoise's only successor. The old tortoise certainly did not want to see his precious disciple killed. Shaoqing had the secret treasure left by the old tortoise. At critical moments, not only could it save his life, but it could also be sensed by the old tortoise. No matter where the old tortoise was, the old tortoise would be able to sense Shaoqing's presence and come to his rescue immediately. Seeing that Gu Fei had already been down for 3 days and had yet to return, little Qing was on the verge of using that artifact. However, just as Shaoqing could not help but use the secret treasure, an ancient aura that seemed to come from a primitive world suddenly came from the bottomless abyss. A terrifying wave of energy spread out, causing Yen Er, Haitian, Shaoqing, and Balan to almost collapse to the ground. This power shocked them greatly. Their spiritual souls were shaken and terrified. This is the mountain and river cauldron. It's the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei is using the mountain and river cauldron. Yen Er, Haitian, Shaoqing, and Balan were all surprised and overjoyed. Gu Fei was using the mountain and river cauldron, which meant that Gu Fei was fine. What did Gu Fei encounter down there? To think that he had to use the supreme divine weapon. While everyone was pleasantly surprised, they could not help but worry for Gu Fei. No one knew what dangers there were in the abyss and whether Gu Fei would be in danger. Don't worry too much. If he really is in a life-and-death situation, he will hide in his inner world. Balan said, under the pressure of the mountain and river cauldron. His face was also pale. No one could remain calm under the pressure of the mountain and river cauldron. This not only suppressed the physical body, but also the soul. It could completely intimidate a person. Although Gu Fei was only a profound transformation third heaven immortal martial cultivator, he had an extreme Tao sacred weapon, which allowed him to challenge sect lord level bigwigs. With the extreme Tao sacred weapon, he could even kill sect lord level immortal emperors and deity emperors. However, with his current cultivation, it was difficult for him to fully unleash the power of the extreme saint weapon. He could not bring out the full power of the extreme saint weapon. Therefore, in the world behind the ancient stone door, when the ancient Chaos 7 Buddhas wanted to completely awaken the ancient temple, he had to retreat. A fully awakened supreme divine weapon was unstoppable, unless the ancient saints who had disappeared for countless years jumped out. Otherwise, all the Almighties would have to flee. While everyone was worrying for Gu Fei had already put the ancestral dragon divine medicine into the inner world in his dantian. Chapter 981. With the divine medicine in hand, Gu Fei retreated from the extreme Yin earth vein. This was a terrifying place that could even freeze celestials to death, so he couldn't stay for long. Just as Gu Fei soared into the sky and flew out of this perilous place, a sigh suddenly came from below the cave that was spewing lunar chill chi. A stone coffin appeared within the lunar chill chi. Gu Fei put away the mountain and river cauldron. The three realms Buddhist lamp floated above his head, and strands of Buddhist energy fell from it, protecting Gu Fei. The peaceful Buddhist energy made Gu Fei feel like he was bathing in a hot spring. All the pores on his body relaxed, and it was very comfortable. His mind was clear, and his mind was calm. The power of Buddhism also had its unique characteristics. It could purify a person's soul and sublimate it. For cultivators with unstable minds, this was very beneficial, especially when a cultivator was trying to break through. They were most afraid of being disturbed by heart devils. Buddhist cultivation methods could resist heart devils. Gu Fei had the mark of a martial path and the most complete martial path inheritance. Of course, he wouldn't learn Buddhist cultivation methods. The three realms Buddhist lamp actually had a Buddhist cultivation method. The universal reincarnation scripture was a supreme Buddhist cultivation method created by the ancient Buddhist Lord. If one cultivated this cultivation method, they could activate the three realms Buddhist lamp and save all the evil souls in the three realms and six paths, allowing countless souls to enter the cycle of reincarnation. If hell wasn't empty, one wouldn't become a Buddha. These were the words of an almighty Buddhist cultivator who cultivated the universal reincarnation scripture. These words had become the scripture of the Buddhist sect's merciful salvation. There was also a Buddhist cultivation method imprinted on the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. The ancient Buddhist Lord used this method to pass down his cultivation method. Because the supreme Buddhist weapons were immortal, they could exist forever in this world. As long as one obtained one of the Buddhist weapons, they could use the cultivation method imprinted on it to create a great sect, allowing the Buddhist path to be passed down. Gu Fei did not intend to cultivate these two supreme Buddhist techniques. He already had the best inheritance and the best cultivation technique. Achieving the Tao through martial arts was the martial saint, the legendary martial ancestor. He was stronger than the ancient Buddhist lord, the supreme demonic ancestor, and the supreme demonic ancestor. He could be said to be the strongest in the world. Not only did Gu Fei want to become strong, but he also wanted to become the strongest. Swoosh! The tricolored Buddha's light flickered, and the auspicious Buddha's power was vast and mighty under the abyss of the earth. Gu Fei used the desolate steps and ascended to the sky step by step. Soon he saw the light shining down from above. That is, above the abyss, Yener, Heitian, Shaoqing, and Balan, who had been staring at the bottomless abyss down below, suddenly had their eyes lit up. "It's the aura of the Three Realms Buddha lamp," Shaoqing exclaimed. He sensed a familiar aura. He was very familiar with the energy fluctuation of the Three Realms Buddhist lamp. It was a supreme Buddhist weapon on Gu Fei's body. "Gu Fei is coming up?" Yenner's eyes were filled with a strange splendor. She was surprised and happy at the same time. Did he pick the legendary immortal herb? Yenner was very excited, and her breathing became rapid. If Gu Fei really did pick the immortal herb, then she could start concocting pills. The heaven-defying divine pill she was going to concoct was made with the immortal herb as the main ingredient. It could be said to be a type of supreme Tao divine pill. It was the most difficult and heaven-defying divine pill to concoct in the Danding Gate. In the most ancient records of the Danding Gate, there were records of this kind of heaven-defying divine pill. Only the founding ancestor of the Danding Gate had concocted one. Ever since the founding of the Danding Gate, countless years had passed. This was the first time the Danding Gate had concocted such a heaven-defying divine pill. Moreover, there was only one. The founding ancestor of the Danding Gate had relied on the miraculous effects of this heaven-defying divine pill. His cultivation had increased tremendously, and he eventually became a supreme almighty in the primordial era. This was a terrifying existence, second only to the extreme Tao sage. The supreme almighty of the primordial era could move unhindered in the primordial era. As long as the sages didn't appear, they would be invincible. If she could concoct such a heaven-defying divine pill, wouldn't she become an invincible almighty in an instant? When Yenner thought of this, she almost couldn't breathe. Swish! The tricolored Buddhist light flickered like a tricolored divine rainbow. It broke through the boundless darkness and rapidly approached. In an instant, everyone could feel a powerful aura rushing towards them. Yenner, Shaoqing, Heitian, Balan, and the others hurriedly retreated far away. Gu Fei rushed up into the sky from the abyss. At this moment, the sun was high up in the sky. It was noon, the time when the yang qi in the world was at its peak. He had stayed in the abyss for 3 days. Now that he had rushed out of the abyss, he felt a little uncomfortable. He only felt that the sunlight was blinding and painful. "Big brother, big brother." Gu Fei, after Gu Fei, rushed out of the abyss. Shaoqing, Heitian, Yenner, Balan, and the others rushed over immediately. All of them were extremely excited. Even Baron, who had always been cold, had a smile on his face. "Gu Fei, did you get the immortal godly medicine?" Yenner rushed over and asked directly. The immortal godly medicine was related to whether or not she could become an almighty. Seeing that Gu Fei was fine, Yenner naturally cared about this matter the most. "You are too heartless. All you care about is the immortal godly medicine. You didn't even ask me if I was fine." Seeing that Yenner only cared about her immortal godly medicine, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little displeased. Yenner couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. The reason why Gu Fei risked his life to enter the abyss was to help Yenner pick the immortal godly medicine. Shaoqing, Balan, and Heitian looked at Gu Fei and Yenner strangely. Could it be that these two were going to quarrel? In Shaoqing's view, there was definitely something going on between Gu Fei and Yenner. "Aren't you fine?" Yenner's face blushed like a little girl who had done something wrong. She lowered her head and played with the corner of her clothes with her hands. Seeing Yenner like this, Gu Fei couldn't help but want to play a joke on her, so he said, "There's no immortal, godly medicine down there, but there are many bones." "What?" Hearing this, Yenner suddenly raised her head and looked at Gu Fei in shock. Her face was full of disbelief. How could there be no bones? Isn't that primordial pterosaur the divine beast that protects the immortal, godly medicine? How could there be no immortal, godly medicine down there? Could it be that the ancient records are wrong? Impossible. Yenner seemed to be dumbfounded as she muttered to herself. Why is it impossible? It seems like someone is playing a big joke. Gu Fei said, while trying hard to hold back his laughter, the patriarch of the sect would not be so bored as to play such a joke. Yenner was at a loss for a moment. Her long-cherished dream had suddenly been shattered. The cultivation method of the Danding School was different from the others. It required all kinds of medicinal pellets to increase one's cultivation. Without the assistance of medicinal pellets, it would be difficult for Yenner's cultivation to advance. Yenner couldn't accept this result. Her expression was a little dazed. Seeing Yenner's dazed expression, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel his heart ache. He no longer lied to her and said, "I'm lying to you. With me personally taking action, how could there be anything in this world that can't be done?" "What did you say?" Chapter 982. After Gu Fei retrieved the ancestral dragon divine medicine, Yenner went into Gu Fei's inner world to prepare to concoct pills. She wanted to concoct a cauldron of heaven-defined divine pills. The setting sun shone in the west, and the sunset glow was like blood. Gu Fei, Shaoqing, Heitian, and Balan stood on a tall mountain and looked into the depths of the sky market. There was a constant stream of divine radiance that pierced through the void. Some sect master-level figures used their almighty, holy weapons to pierce through the sky. Terrifying energy waves surged out from the depths of the sky market. The entire area within a radius of 100,000 miles of the sky market was shaking. The most famous ominous land in the eastern region seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Countless primordial creatures were roaring. Some primordial creatures that had been in hibernation for countless years were also awakened. They rushed out of their hibernation grounds and roared angrily at the sky. Monstrous, murderous aura surged out from everywhere in the sky market. Rumble, a huge mountain in the depths of the sky market, crumbled. It was as though the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Dust covered the sky and covered the sun. Amidst the endless dust, the shadow of a beast the size of a mountain soared into the sky and rushed into the depths of the sky market. The monstrous, murderous aura caused the entire heaven and earth to tremble. Gu Fei and the others happened to see the scene and were extremely shocked. This was definitely a terrifying primordial beast that was comparable to the current Almighty. Even though they were 1,000 miles away, Gu Fei and the others could still feel their souls trembling. I didn't expect such a terrifying primordial beast to be in hibernation in the sky market. Xiaoqing's voice trembled. It was obvious how shocked he was. This is a heaven burial ground. The frivolous expression on Erebus' face had also disappeared, replaced by an incomparably solemn expression. After pondering for a while, he finally said those words. "What's a burial ground?" Shaoqing asked curiously. Just the name alone was enough to tell that it was not a trivial matter. The huge beast disappeared into the depths of the sky market. It was obvious that this ancient beast, which had been startled awake, was charging towards the big shots in the sky market. There will be an end to the world's time. Nothing can truly achieve eternity. Even the so-called immortal supreme saints will fall, and the world will also have its doomsday. Erebus's words left everyone scratching their heads in confusion. Could it be? Gu Fei's expression changed. He thought of the ancient legend of the sky market. Could it be true? How was this possible? Could the sky market really be a world that had fallen from the heaven realm? Don't talk in riddles. Shaoqing glanced at He Tian and said unhappily. He had no idea what He Tian was talking about. Sigh. I'm not talking in riddles. Erebus shook his head and sighed. At this time, he was acting like a refined scholar. Old He, how dare you say that my comprehension is low? Shaoqing was speechless. He was the old tortoise's disciple. Yet this He Tian said that his comprehension was low. Shaoqing really did not know what to say. If he was not a promising talent, how could the old tortoise, who had such a high standard of the demon race, take a fancy to him and accept him as a disciple to pass on his legacy? All right, both of you, stop messing around. Gu Fei frowned. As long as these two were together, they would always bicker. This gave Gu Fei a headache. He even suspected that these two had a grudge against each other in their previous lives. What do you plan to do next? Baron, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said to Gu Fei, with their strength, it was absolutely impossible for them to compete with the ancient desolate faction for the ancient sacrificial altar, which was rumored to be able to reappear the heavenly road. However, if they were to retreat now, they would be somewhat unwilling. He Tian and Shaoqing both looked at Gu Fei. They followed Gu Fei's lead. If Gu Fei said that he wanted to retreat, they would immediately leave the sky market. If Gu Fei said that he wanted to stay and compete with those people, they would also stay without hesitation and advance and retreat together with Gu Fei. Gu Fei pondered. Entering the legendary heaven realm was the dream of all cultivators, and Gu Fei was no exception. Gu Fei was really unwilling to retreat now. He had 5 great sacred weapons, so he could definitely compete with those sect master level characters. However, if he encountered a contemporary almighty, he was afraid that he would not be able to do so. Gu Fei was only an immortal martial king in the profound transformation realm. It was still possible for him to challenge immortal emperors and deity emperors in the celestial being realm, but it was impossible for him to challenge almighties in the current era. It was already heaven-defying for him to challenge the celestial being immortal emperor and Shin King. If he could also compete with the contemporary almighty, then Gu Fei would really be invincible. Even if he had 5 great sacred weapons, Gu Fei would definitely not be able to do so with his current cultivation. Finally, Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balan all entered Gu Fei's inner world. Then, Gu Fei walked towards the depths of the sky market alone. He had the protection of the sacred weapons and the inner world. If he encountered an enemy that he could not defeat, he could hide in the inner world. Rumble! The whole heaven and earth were shaking. Terrifying auras kept erupting. The closer Gu Fei got to the battlefield, the more shocked he was. He sensed the auras of no less than 5 almighty sacred weapons in the depths of the sky market. There were sect master level characters with almighty sacred weapons fighting. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. A huge seal the size of a mountain was shot out from the depths of the sky market. In an instant, it disappeared into the horizon. Wherever the great seal passed, the entire space would tremble and crack apart. It was terrifying to the extreme. That is, after a quick glance, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. It was a seal that was exactly the same as the Tai Sovereign Seal. However, he knew that it could not be the Tai Sovereign Seal because the Tai Sovereign Seal was in the hands of Old Tortoise. A almighty sacred weapon that imitates the Tai Sovereign Seal? Gu Fei was secretly shocked. A almighty sacred weapon was sent flying. It could be seen that the battle in the depths of the sky market was so intense that someone with the almighty sacred weapon had to leave. Roar! Just as the seal was sent flying, a furious roar came from the depths of the sky market. A person with disheveled hair and covered in blood rushed out from the depths of the sky market. Swoosh! Just as that person rushed out, a purple divine sword directly broke through the void behind him. It slashed out and split that person in half. Even his spiritual soul could not escape. A sect master level old monster was killed on the spot by the purple sword. The purple sword made a turn in the air and flew back. Even old monsters were about to fall. The battle for the Sky Tower had clearly reached a white-hot stage. Those people were no longer showing any mercy. Even the ancient Baron's forces had people attacking each other. Chapter 983. Gu Fei stood on the peak of a mountain, looking at the terrifying battlefield in the depths of the Sky Market. He sensed an extremely powerful domain power enveloping that part of the battlefield. The old monster, who wielded the Almighty Saint weapon, had used the power of the Almighty Saint weapon to seal that part of the world. Unless Gu Fei used the Supreme Saint weapon, it would be difficult for him to enter. He had some scruples, so he couldn't use the Supreme Saint weapon. He could only wait outside. Just now, in front of Gu Fei's eyes, a saint weapon of Almighty was shot out from the depths of the Sky Market. An old monster was killed by a Dao sword. That was definitely an immortal emperor of greater success, but he was killed just like that. Even an old monster with a saint weapon of Almighty had fallen. The blood of an immortal emperor sprinkled down from the sky. The drops of blood were like blood-colored agate, blooming with bloody light. The blood contained great power. A drop of blood from a mortal emperor of greater success could annihilate an immortal god. It was extremely terrifying. Roar! Undying old man! How dare you kill an immortal emperor of my sect? You can die now. An angry voice resounded from the depths of the Sky Market. Then a huge golden hand directly grabbed down from the sky. It broke through the void sealed by the saint weapon and went into the depths of the Sky Market. Primordial Tao Lord? A cry of surprise came from the depths of the Sky Market. Then a purple gold gourd rushed out from under the golden hand with billowing purple chi. There was a figure below the purple gold gourd. Streams of purple chi fell from the purple gold gourd, protecting the figure as it rushed out from the depths of the Sky Market. Has the current Almighty made a move? Gu Fei saw this scene from thousands of miles away. He couldn't help but tremble in fear. The aura of an Almighty was sweeping over, making it difficult for him to breathe. The current Almighty had made a move and immediately scared away an old fossil who was only a step away from becoming Almighty. Moreover, this old fossil also had a saint weapon of Almighty. Boom! The huge golden hand descended from the sky, shattering the void. At least 5 or 6 figures rushed out from the depths of the sky ruin. Everyone had to retreat when the almighty figures of the present age attacked. Even if these people had almighty holy weapons, it was still not enough in front of a true almighty. Everyone vomited blood and retreated. That undying old man suffered an even greater impact. The purple gold gourd above his head was shaken, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. The void gourd really lives up to its name. A vast voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. This voice was like the voice of the heavens. Although it wasn't very loud, it was able to shake the souls of those who heard it, causing them to unconsciously submit. The leader of the primeval Tao sect, the primeval Tao Lord, Gu Fei sealed his body with the power of heaven and earth to resist the various powerful and terrifying auras that came from the depths of the sky ruin. The voice that resounded in the world still ignored the obstruction of Gu Fei's power of heaven and earth and entered Gu Fei's ears. The heavenly voice of the great path. Almighty figures of the present age are indeed terrifying. They have already touched the great path of the heavens and earth. If they can prove their way, they will most likely become an extreme saint. Ever since Gu Fei refined the soul memory of the Shen clan's ancestor, his knowledge had greatly changed. Experts of the Almighty Realm were supreme figures who already stood in front of the great path. With just one more step, such a person could become an extreme saint. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Although he sealed his body with the power of heaven and earth to prevent his aura from leaking out, he wasn't sure if he could hide it from the almighty figures of the present age. The huge golden hand did not catch the undying old man, but it had already severely injured him. If it wasn't for the protection of the void gourd, the undying old man would have died long ago. The void gourd, I want it. The voice rang out again, and another golden hand stretched down from the sky, directly grabbing at the undying old man. The hand was as large as a mountain, and it enveloped a part of the world, blocking the sky. It was filled with the boundless power of the metal element. The void of the world was silently shattered and annihilated under this huge hand. It directly turned the void of the world into chaotic nothingness. Too terrifying, Gufei saw this scene from thousands of miles away. He felt the terrifying aura emitted by the huge golden hand, but his heart still did not palpitate. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. Roar! Great path of the void. Divine sword breaks the sky. Open for me. The undying old man roared. At this time he had no choice but to go all out. He used all his strength to drive the void gourd. The void gourd suddenly emitted endless purple divine light. There seemed to be a world inside the gourd, spewing out a terrifying power that made the world lose its color. Swoosh! Endless purple divine light gathered at the mouth of the purple gold gourd. Then a dazzling divine light rushed out of the gourd like a divine sword that could destroy the world. In an instant, it cut through the void that was sealed by the huge golden hand. Then the undying old man rushed into the crack in the void that was broken by the purple divine light. He directly moved through the void and escaped. Damn it! The primordial path master's voice sounded. The golden hand grabbed the void and shattered it. However, at this time, the undying old man had escaped to somewhere unknown. Hee, primordial path master, you are too careless. The void gourd is not fated with you. At this moment, a cyan figure silently appeared high up in the sky. He stared at a cloud high up in the sky and sneered. The huge golden hand dissipated in the void. Old Jiang, you are here too? A sage-like figure stepped on a 5-colored, auspicious cloud and walked out from the cloud. This person was the current Almighty, the archaic Tao sect master. The archaic Tao sect master. The old man in green who appeared in the sky was the emperor god of the clan of the ancients. Swoosh! As he spoke, another powerful aura that caused the heavens and earth to tremble came from the distance. A rainbow-colored lotus tore through the air and rapidly approached them. On the lotus stood a beautiful female sage. The Almighty of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground had arrived. Purple Emperor, stop hiding. Come out. The emperor god of the Jiang family suddenly turned around and looked in a direction in the sky. He then said coldly, Old Jiang, you don't seem to be in the ancient world of chaos? A voice sounded in the sky. In the direction that the emperor god of the Jiang family looked in, the void suddenly distorted. Visible ripples spread in all directions like water waves. A figure directly walked out of the void as if he had passed through a layer of water waves. At this time, the Almighty of the current era finally could not sit still and could not help but jump out. In the center of the battlefield, an ancient altar floated. This was the sky tower that all the Almighty of the current era would go crazy over. However, just as all the Almighties arrived, a strange sound that sounded like muffled thunder suddenly came from the depths of the sky market. In the fog, palaces appeared indistinctly from the depths of the sky market. It was a legendary palace. Chapter 984. The most mysterious place in the eastern region was the central region of the sky market. No one knew what was inside. At some point in time, an illusory palace had started to appear in the depths of the sky market. There was no pattern to the appearance of this mysterious palace. No one could predict the exact time of its appearance. Even the sect master of the Sky Secrets sect, the old man of Sky Secrets, who was said to be able to predict the future for 50,000 years, had not been able to divine the origin of the palace. Some people said that it was a palace that had fallen from the heaven realm and was not something from the mortal world. Hence, the old man of Sky Secrets could not divine the origin of the palace. Just as everyone was fighting over the sky-connecting platform in the depths of the sky market, the palace that had appeared in the central region of the sky market disappeared into the chaotic chi. The central region of the sky market was the core of the entire sky market. It was dusky and endless chaotic chi enveloped the entire place. Even cultivators who had cultivated the heavenly eye could not see through it. Rumble! As the Almighties appeared one after another, the faint and illusory heavenly palace, which had been hidden in the depths of the heavenly market, appeared once again. An ancient aura surged out from the depths of the sky market. All the cultivators felt a wave so powerful that it made their souls tremble. It was as if a supreme Tao saint had been awakened from his slumber in the palace. Even the expressions of the Almighties changed. Swoosh! At that moment, a dark yellow figure suddenly appeared on the pitch-black ancient altar that was floating in mid-air. The sudden turn of events caused everyone's eyes to bulge out of their sockets. That is, the four great powers of the present age were even more shocked. There was actually someone hiding in front of them, hiding nearby without them knowing, and even ascending to the heavenly way platform that everyone's eyes were red with envy. Bam! The moment the figure, shrouded in golden light, ascended the Tao platform, the Tao platform trembled and almost knocked the figure off the Tao platform. Everyone was dumbfounded. The being that had ascended the sky-connecting platform was not a human, a demon, or a demon. It was a dark yellow skeleton. Thousands of miles away, Gu Fei could not help but be stunned when he saw this scene with his martial path heavenly eye. This mysterious yellow skeleton was in the depths of the pseudo-heaven realm. It was a terrifying existence that could force the Almighty of the present age to retreat. Although the soul fire in the skull of the skeleton was extremely weak, and it seemed that it could be extinguished at any time, it was still extremely terrifying. The Almighty of the primordial immortal sect, Violet Emperor, had been injured by this skeleton and had almost lost his Tao foundation. It had taken him a lot of effort to recover to his peak state. When he saw the golden skeleton again, the purple emperor's face turned extremely ugly. No one dared to act blindly without thinking. Not even the current era's almighty experts dared to. Everyone felt uneasy. This mysterious yellow skeleton actually came out from the fake heaven realm. Waha! How can I, Old Tortoise, miss out on such a lively event? Just as everyone was silent, a loud laughter that sounded like the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves came from the horizon. A terrifying ripple that caused one's heart to palpitate spread out. Everyone quickly looked in the direction of the laughter. It was not a big deal, but it gave everyone a fright. At the end of the horizon, the shadow of a dragon, larger than the primordial mountains, almost filled the entire sky. The aura of the ancestral dragon made everything in the world tremble. Whoosh! Even the dark yellow skeleton on the sky-connecting platform looked at the shadow of the dragon. Its eye sockets shot out two dazzling beams of dark yellow light. Ancestral dragon, a voice rang out in everyone's heart. Even Gu Fei, who was thousands of miles away, heard it. This was the soul wave of the dark yellow skeleton. Although the soul flame in the skull of the mysterious yellow skeleton was almost extinguished, a wisp of soul fluctuation still enveloped the entire void. No one could hide from the mysterious yellow skeleton. Gu Fei's heart trembled. He used the power of the world to seal his body, but he still couldn't escape the detection of the dark yellow skeleton. Such a character was truly frightening. Old Tortoise is here. Gu Fei sensed this extremely powerful aura. Although he felt as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on his heart, he was both surprised and happy at the same time. It wasn't that they didn't have a chance. Now that the old tortoise was here, everything was full of variables. Under the aura of the ancestral dragon, Demon Lord Huanglong almost prostrated himself. This was the reverence for the ancestor of all dragons. Demon Lord Huanglong could only feel his soul trembling. Whoosh! The ancestral dragon shadow that filled the sky suddenly disappeared. A tall figure appeared on the horizon. He took a step forward and instantly arrived near the sky-connecting platform. "Oh, how did you manage to come out from that place with your old bones?" The old tortoise was surrounded by 9 streams of dragon chi in the shape of the ancestral dragon, giving off an extremely powerful sense of oppression. The old tortoise was also very surprised to see the dark yellow skeleton on the sky-connecting platform. Rays of divine light shot out from his eyes as he stared at the skeleton. "You are Bashya?" Divine light flickered in the skeleton's eye sockets. A voice rang in everyone's heart. This was the fluctuation of the soul wave. They could communicate without talking. "You can't be that fierce man, can you?" When Old Tortoise heard this, he immediately put away his frivolous expression and became serious. The fact that the other party could see through his origin really shocked him. "Bashya? How is that possible? How could he be Bashya? Did I hear it wrong?" The 4 great powers were dumbfounded. Bashya was an extremely ancient name. The legend of the dragon having 9 sons could be traced back to the ancient times. "Bashya, this guy is the legendary Bashya." Gu Fei was also stunned by the old tortoise's identity. Was this guy really the legendary son of the supreme dragon ancestor? This kind of background was really too frightening. "I won't kill you for the sake of your father. Get lost." The dark yellow skeleton said coldly. Everyone was stunned by its arrogance. It actually told the son of the dragon ancestor to get lost? The old tortoise's nose became crooked from anger. "Humph." The old tortoise laughed in anger. "So what if you are that fierce man?" The old tortoise flipped his right hand. An ancient seal the size of a fist appeared in his hand. It was an ancient seal that was full of cracks. There was no aura or fluctuation coming from it. Chapter 985. The Grand Emperor's Seal. Everyone was moved when they saw the ancient seal in the old turtle's hand that was full of cracks. Some of them recognized the origin of the ancient seal, and their expressions became as ugly as they could be. "If only I had my weapon in hand," a golden light flickered in the skeleton's eye sockets. The Grand Emperor's seal was a sacred weapon of the extreme Tao. Even though it was full of cracks, it could still display its divine power. "This guy!" Thousands of miles away, Gu Fei couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The old turtle was truly ruthless, revealing his trump card right from the start. In this world, who else could contend against a sacred weapon of the extreme Tao without a saint? Some old monsters and fossils immediately retreated. They had no chance. Although they were unwilling, staying behind would only result in death. Even some living fossils that came with almighty holy weapons chose to retreat. Almighty holy weapons and extreme path holy weapons were simply not on the same level. There was no way to compare them. Only the people from the ancient, desolate powers had not retreated. After all, these powers had higher beings with them, so they were quite confident. If they were scared off by an extreme path sacred weapon, that would be too shameful. The old turtle was very satisfied with scaring away most of the people who were spying on the platform. These people knew when to advance and when to retreat. Otherwise, these people would be dead by now. "What? You're not going to scram?" The old turtle coldly looked down at the yellow skeleton on the skywalk platform from the sky and uttered such words. Just now, the golden skeleton told the old turtle to scram, but now it was the old turtle's turn to tell this powerful skeleton to scram. With a sacred weapon in hand, the old turtle was emboldened. Even if a saint of the extreme Tao were to jump out, he would still dare to fight. Moreover, this skeleton was not a saint yet. The soul flame in the skeleton's skull was violently pulsing. It was obvious that it was infuriated by the old turtle. Its golden body was emitting a dazzling light. Since ancient times, no one had ever dared to say such words in front of it. The mysterious yellow skeleton had a murderous intent towards the old turtle. This was a peerless villain. An extremely fierce, fiendish aura surged out from the dazzling skeleton that seemed to be cast from profound yellow essence gold. "Why are you being so fierce?" If you don't scram, I'll kill you," the old tortoise said proudly. Although this guy was very likely to be the legendary fierce person, the old tortoise had no scruples. So what if he was a peerless, ferocious person? He was merely an undead creature. If it was during the primitive times, the old tortoise would never dare to be ruthless in front of such a ferocious person, even if he was extremely daring. This fiend's name wasn't something he called out, but something he had fought for. The number of ancient experts that had died at his hands was simply too many to count. Roar! The mysterious yellow skeleton was thoroughly enraged by the old tortoise. This guy was too hateful. Even if the dragon ancestor came in person, the mysterious yellow skeleton would still kill this guy. Swoosh! The mysterious yellow skeleton made its move. 2 rays of mysterious yellow divine light shot out from its eye sockets and condensed into 2 mysterious yellow divine swords that pierced the old tortoise above. So what if you're the son of the dragon ancestor? I'll still kill you. The mysterious yellow divine swords shattered the void and pierced through the heaven and earth, displaying a terrifying power. In an instant, they arrived in front of the old tortoise at an extremely fast speed. Are you afraid that you have teeth? The old tortoise directly blasted out a punch with a mighty dragon aura. On top of the fist, an ancestral dragon's shadow rushed out. Bang! The old tortoise's fist collided with the 2 piercing, mysterious yellow divine swords. The ancestral dragon's shadow clashed with the mysterious yellow divine swords. The mysterious yellow divine swords shattered in the void, and the ancestral dragon's shadow that rushed out of the old tortoise's fist also dissipated. The 2 peerless figures seemed to be evenly matched in their first exchange. The mysterious yellow skeleton was very surprised that this little worm could withstand its blow. It seemed that the opponent was very strong. Could it be that this little worm had taken that step? Rumble! The chi of heaven and earth was vast and mighty. After its first attack failed, the heaven and earth skeleton stepped onto the Skirich platform and soared into the sky, charging directly at Old Tortoise. At this time, the 4 powerful figures of the current era all retreated. A battle of this level was enough to affect them and cause them serious injuries. The Purple Emperor was a very good example. In the pseudo-heaven realm, his Tao foundation was almost destroyed by the mysterious yellow skeleton, and it took him a long time to recover. Once bitten, twice shy, the Purple Emperor was the first powerful figure of the current era to retreat. Even the powerful figures of the current era had to retreat, and the others also retreated as far as they could. Bang! The old tortoise directly pressed down with the Tai Sovereign Seal in his hand. The aura of the extreme path spread between heaven and earth, and the ancient seal became as huge as a mountain. The void and the land within a radius of 1,000 miles were instantly destroyed by the mighty divine power of the Tai Sovereign Seal at the same time, turning into chaotic nothingness. The mysterious yellow skeleton, along with the heavenly platform, was suddenly struck into the chaotic nothingness. This was the power of the extreme path sacred weapon, capable of destroying heaven and earth and destroying everything. I'll destroy your old bones so that you can't even become an undead creature. The old tortoise drove the Tai Sovereign Seal and directly rushed into the depths of the chaotic nothingness, fighting against the mysterious yellow skeleton. From time to time, terrifying divine lights that pierced through the void rushed out and swept in all directions. The powerful figures of the current era were all frightened by this scene. Swoosh! A mysterious yellow divine light rushed out from the depths of the chaotic nothingness and swept a mountain. The mountain, along with several powerful figures of the sect master level on it, turned into nothingness and completely disappeared from this world. This was the most thorough way to die. Both body and soul were destroyed, and they could not even become ghosts. Boom! A purple demonic light swept out from the depths of the chaotic nothingness, causing the earth to tremble. Wherever the demonic light passed, an endless crack was left on the ground, and a bottomless abyss immediately appeared on the ground. Seeing this scene, Everyone could not help but gasp and quickly retreated further away. If they were caught in the crossfire, they would be out of luck. The power of the extreme path sacred weapon was unstoppable. Not even the sacred weapon of the great path. Under the attack of the extreme path sacred weapon, perhaps only the saints of the extreme path could survive. The sky in the heavenly market was penetrated. At this time, the aura of the heavenly palace that appeared in the center of the heavenly market became more and more terrifying. It was no longer faint and illusory, and seemed to be completely manifesting. What's going on? What happened? Chapter 986. The old tortoise and the yellow skeleton displayed their unparalleled divine might. They pierced through the sky and into the depths of the chaotic void. Two waves of divine might surged out from the chaotic void, almost shattering the entire sky and earth. It was extremely terrifying. The sky-reaching platform, everyone was dumbfounded. Needless to say, the yellowish skeleton from the pseudo-heaven realm was using the sky-reaching platform to fight against the old tortoise who held the Thai sovereign seal. According to legend, the supreme Tao ancestor who created the supreme immortal path comprehended the Tao on the sky-reaching platform and became an invincible supreme sage. The sky-reaching platform was branded with the supreme Tao ancestor's great path mark. It was a supreme sacred weapon. The confrontation between the two supreme sacred weapons made everyone tremble. Under the divine might of the supreme Tao, the fear came from the depths of the soul. Even the souls of the Almighties were shaken, and they almost knelt before the divine might of the supreme Tao. Fortunately, the old tortoise and the yellowish skeleton were fighting in the depths of the void, so the terrifying aura of the supreme sacred weapons had been greatly weakened. Otherwise, people would have died in the depths of the heavenly market. Even the Almighties of the present era could not withstand the divine might of the supreme sacred weapons, let alone those who had not become Almighties yet. The divine might of the supreme sacred weapons surged out from the depths of the void and shook the entire world. The void continued to shatter and turn into the void. The pitch-black cracks in the space spread out in all directions like a spider web. The void was constantly collapsing. Such power was enough to kill immortals and gods. Whoosh! A crack in the space, like a pitch-black ray of death, spread toward the mountain where Gu Fei was. The earth trembled, and a bottomless abyss appeared where the crack reached. Oh no! Gu Fei, who was on the peak of the mountain, was instantly shocked, and then he didn't hesitate to soar into the sky and dodge. Rumble! Amidst the earth-shattering noise, the mountain where Gu Fei was torn in half by the crack in the space. How terrifying! If Gu Fei hesitated for even a moment, he would be swallowed by that spatial crack. Although he wouldn't die, he would definitely be in danger. The terrifying destructive power that tore through the void could obliterate immortal gods and cause immortal kings and god kings to pale. Under the divine might of the extreme path sacred weapon, the entire world shook violently. In the depths of the heavenly market, the sky palace in the primal chaos became increasingly distinct. This was an ancient palace that seemed to be isolated from this world. It was blurry, but now it was about to break through the barrier and reveal itself to the world. A terrifying aura comparable to the divine power of the extreme Tao emanated from the ancient palace in the midst of chaos, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. Everyone below the level of an almighty nearly had a mental breakdown when they felt this aura. They frantically rushed out of the heavenly market, wanting to leave this region. The aura of the extreme path sacred weapon and the sky palace not only spread throughout the sky market, but it also spread out of the sky market and throughout the entire eastern region. On this day, all living beings in the eastern region sensed the existence of the extreme path sacred weapon more than once. All of them were trembling in fear and unease. The great sects of the human race in the eastern region, the eastern goblin tribe in the easternmost region, and even the great demons in the bottomless devil cave in the eastern region were alarmed. Shrill and terrifying demonic roars came from the devil cave in the eastern region. The entire eastern region, even the entire Tenglong continent, had an undercurrent surging. Everyone's attention was focused on the eastern region. Terrifying figures kept coming out of the eastern region and entering the eastern region. Some people saw a super old fossil that was rumored to have been dead for 10,000 years appear outside the sky market in the eastern region. Some people also saw a huge stone coffin surrounded by a deathly aura rushing into the sky market. Some people saw a Tai Chi divine diagram flash across the sky above the sky market. The appearance of the sky-piercing platform shocked everyone. Even some of the old fellows who were rumored to have perished jumped out. People like that were even more terrifying than sect masters. At the moment when the aura of the extreme path sacred weapons spread out from the sky market, all the supreme experts in the Tenglong continent woke up from their deep sleep at the same time. In a sacred land in the easternmost region, an ancestral dragon rushed out from a sacred mountain that pierced through the 9 heavens. The ancestral dragon's aura was vast and mighty. The entire profound realm of the eastern goblin tribe was shaken. Roar! The 10,000 zhang, tall, ancestral dragon roared towards the sky. Its voice shook the earth and the earth. Its huge body was like a mountain lying in the sky. Bang! The ancestral dragon directly broke the void and rushed towards the sky market. In the profound realm of the demon clan, extremely terrifying figures rushed out one after another. All of them were filled with demonic chi. They also broke the void and disappeared from the world. In the land of the Northern Devil region, 7 giant cities that looked like the Big Dipper had already risen into the sky. There was no one in the ancient giant cities. Every giant city was shining with endless starlight. They resonated with the Big Dipper in the sky and drew the endless power of the stars. These were 7 ancient divine cities. They were like 7 huge stars that were guarding the sky above the Northern Devil region. Below the 7 ancient divine cities, there was a devil's den that was spewing out demonic chi. From time to time, terrifying demonic roars could be heard from the devil's den, as if countless demons were about to rush out from the devil's denver. However, the 7 divine cities were above the devil's denver. Although the demons in the devil's den were roaring and letting out terrifying demonic roars, they were unable to rush out from the devil's denver. In every divine city, there was a figure sitting with his legs crossed. He looked illusory and illusory. There was the aura of the great path lingering in the divine cities. To be able to draw the power of the great path, this was a terrifying existence that had surpassed the realm of mighty cultivators. Even if they were not extreme path saints, they were at least sage-to-be saints. Roar! In the sky market, the moment the extreme path sacred weapons in the hands of the old turtle and the yellow skeleton were revived, a terrifying demonic roar sounded from the land of the Northern Devil region. The entire Northern Devil region shook as if something had been broken. The devil's den under the 7 divine cities suddenly spewed out monstrous demonic chi. Rumble! The 7 divine cities that were suppressing the devil's den were shaking. From the divine cities, starlight that looked like huge dragons descended and obliterated the demonic chi that was spewing out. In the center of the Northern Devil region, there was also a terrifying devil's denver. Moreover, this devil's den was even bigger than the ones under the 7 divine cities. Endless demonic chi condensed into a 10,000-foot tall demonic shadow that roared at the sky. Bang! The moment the demonic shadow was formed, a Tai Chi divine diagram descended from the sky and enveloped a part of the world. Endless power of the sun and the moon poured down from the divine diagram. Like a huge millstone that could destroy the world, it directly obliterated the demonic shadow. Chapter 987. Some supreme experts immediately sensed the emergence of the divine weapon and woke up from their slumber. In the devil region of the extreme north, demons danced wildly. Beneath the devil region of the extreme north, there seemed to be many great demons sealed. 7 divine cities hovered high above the devil region, drawing upon the power of the Big Dipper and suppressing all directions. Bang! 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 Terrifying great demons began to attack the 7 divine cities. In each of the caves, there was a demonic figure faintly discernible, emitting a terrifying aura. However, the 7 divine cities were like 7 unshakable divine mountains. They didn't budge at all. No matter how the demons in the caves attacked, it was futile. In the center of the extreme north, above the giant cave, a Taiji diagram floated in the air, suppressing a terrifying great demon back into the cave. Roar! An earth-shattering howl resounded from the devil cave, and a monstrous devil chi surged into the sky. A ferocious devil with 2 pitch-black horns on its head rushed out of the devil cave. Humph! The middle-aged man standing on the Taiji diagram sneered, then directly punched down. Bang! The entire void below was shattered by his fist. The fierce demon screamed and was smashed into pieces by the middle-aged man. In an instant, both its body and soul were destroyed. Old demon foam, don't send these cannon fodder to die. Above the Taiji diagram, the middle-aged man stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest. 2 rays of cold light shot out from his eyes, sweeping over the demon cave below. A powerful soul fluctuation spread out from the bottom of the demon cave. The supreme demon below was almost infuriated, but there was nothing he could do. If Gu Fei was here, he would be incomparably shocked. This middle-aged man standing on the Taiji diagram was the supreme existence that defied the heavens and was reborn from the yin-yang jade pendant. This supreme existence had battled endlessly with the legendary fire devil ancestor during the Battle of the Northern Region, and it had displayed its supreme combat strength. Now, this supreme existence was suppressing the largest demon lair in the far North Demon region, causing the terrifying great demon hiding inside to not dare to come out. Chaotic times, the middle-aged man standing on the Tai Chi divine diagram looked towards the eastern domain. That was all he said. He did not move towards the eastern domain. The awakened great demons were all suppressed beneath the extreme North Devil region, unable to come out and cause trouble. However, there were other supreme existences that weren't sealed. In the sky above the Buddhist mountain of the West Earth, there was a world hidden in the void. This was the profound realm of the Buddhist sect, a world personally refined by the Buddhist Lord. That was the true foundation of the Buddhist sect. Everything on the outside was just a facade. What they saw wasn't the true Buddhist sect. All the foundation of the Buddhist sect was in the heavenly Buddha Tao. The heavenly Buddha Tao, the head of the 6 paths of reincarnation, was an ideal world created by the ancient Buddha Lord, a perfect kingdom of heaven. There was no birth, aging, sickness, and death, transcending the cycle of reincarnation. It was the best place for all. Many super old fogies knew that there was a heavenly Buddha path in the Buddhist League, but no one dared to have any designs on it because the Buddhist League's heritage was too terrifying. The moment the extreme Tao Saint weapon awakened in the sky market, one of the foundations of the Buddhist sect awakened and charged out of the heavenly Buddha path. Bang! The air trembled, and a part of the sky above the spirited mountains suddenly collapsed and shattered. Then, a golden figure walked out from the shattered space. This was a Buddha whose entire body was shrouded in golden Buddhist light, and there was a golden will behind his head. With every step this Buddha took, a 7-colored lotus bloomed beneath his feet. With just a few steps, the Buddha charged out of the Western Buddhist sect and disappeared into the void. Crossing mountains and rivers with a single step, this speed was countless times faster than Gu Fei's 8 steps. In a few unknown ancient regions on the tongue-long continent, terrifying energy waves burst out. There were supreme characters awakening and walking out. It was unknown how long these people had been asleep, but they all had one thing in common. They were all awakened by the awakening of the extreme Tao Saint weapon. Without any suspense, these supreme existences headed straight for the eastern region. At that moment, in the sky market, in the ancient battlefield below the abyss, an ancient stone door suddenly shook. It seemed like something was trying to come out from behind the tightly shut stone door. The ancient stone door was covered in marks left behind by swords, sabers, spears, swords, and axes. There was even a tiny handprint in the middle of the door. Gu Fei had once thought that this was the legendary ancient heaven door that led to the heavenly realm. Who would have thought that behind the ancient stone door was not the heavenly realm, but a place that was on the verge of collapse? That place couldn't even compare to the profound realm refined by the ancient saints. Bang! Something slammed into the stone door with a dull thud. The violent impact caused the stone door to shake continuously, and even the entire ancient battlefield to shake. Gu Fei had spent a lot of effort to open the stone door. Gu Fei was an emperor martial god. His physical strength was so strong that not even a celestial could compare to him. He had used brute force to open the stone door from the outside. Meanwhile, the existence behind the stone door wanted to open it from the other side. This seemed to be even more laborious, but as the energy fluctuations that erupted from behind the stone door grew stronger, the ancient stone door finally cracked open a little. Swish! Behind the stone door, a blood-red light flashed. A mass of blood-red light rushed out from behind the stone door. The blood-red, demonic light illuminated the entire ancient battlefield, as well as the entire area under the abyss. Every inch of the earth abyss was instantly filled with the blood-colored light. A pungent smell of blood rose from the bottom of the earth abyss. It was as if a sea of blood had suddenly appeared at the bottom of the earth abyss. I, the blood demon, have finally returned. The endless blood-colored light came from a person. No, it should be a demonic figure. A faint, illusory, blood-colored demonic figure that emitted a terrifying aura. Swish! In the next moment, the endless blood-colored light suddenly retreated like a tide. As the terrifying demonic energy dissipated, a young man wearing a blood-colored armor with crimson hair appeared in front of the ancient stone door. An extreme sacred weapon? The red-haired young man's expression immediately changed when he sensed the aura of the extreme sacred weapon. He turned into a ray of blood-colored light and soared into the sky, charging out of the earth abyss. Chapter 988. In the depths of the abyss, there was an ancient stone gate in the center of the desolate battlefield, which was littered with white bones. On the stone gate, there was an ancient Tao pattern. The aura of the great Tao lingered around it. Bang! 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 Violent banging sounds came from behind the ancient stone gate. The whole stone gate was shaking. The stone gate, which had been cracked open a little, seemed like it could break open at any time. Traces of demon chi seeped out from the crack. It seemed like there was a terrifying demon behind the stone gate. Every time it collided, the whole world shook. The white bones around the stone door were all blown away, turning into bone powder and scattering in the air. A terrifying demonic power surged out from behind the stone door, surging through the entire abyss. The demonic power that came out from behind the ancient stone door almost dispersed the cold yin chi at the bottom of the abyss. At this time, in the depths of the sky market, the old tortoise and the mysterious yellow skeleton were still fighting. The power of the supreme, sacred weapon spread in the sky and on the ground. Apart from the almighties of the current era, the other people had already retreated from the depths of the sky market. Even Gu Fei had to protect himself with the mountain and river cauldron in order to barely withstand the terrifying power of the extreme divine weapon and not be forced back. Those two guys, in the depths of the sky market, the old tortoise controlled the Tai Huang seal and continuously bombarded the mysterious yellow skeleton standing on the supreme platform. Monstrous demon chi surged out from the Tai Huang seal and shattered everything. The mysterious yellow skeleton was also amazing. It could actually make the supreme platform under its feet release a trace of the supreme sacred weapon. Above the supreme platform, 9 dragons formed by chaotic chi rushed out to resist the attack of the Tai Huang seal. The 9 dragons that rushed out from the supreme platform looked like the ancestral dragon. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, constantly colliding with the Tai Huang seal. The fight turned the world into a chaotic void. The mighty divine power of the 2 supreme sacred weapons caused the earth to shatter, the sky to collapse, and the land within a radius of 10,000 miles violently undulated, like LNG. Although Gu Fei was not forced to retreat from the depths of the heavenly market by the might of the extreme path sacred weapon, he had no choice but to retreat 5 to 6,000 miles away. This was the heaven and earth in the sky market. It was extremely stable. Even immortals and deities could not break it. However, a part of the heaven and earth in the depths of the sky market was broken by a divine weapon of the extreme Tao. If it happened outside, the entire eastern region of the Tonglong continent would have sunk. The might of an extreme holy weapon was simply too terrifying. It possessed the terrifying power to destroy heaven and earth. Rumble! While the old tortoise and the mysterious yellow skeleton were fighting, ancient palaces appeared in the chaos zone in the depths of the sky market. They were faint and illusory, but now they were completely visible in the world. Bam! There was a huge tremor, and the entire sky market shook violently. In the depths of the sky market, countless mountains were crumbling, and the ground was cracking. Chaotic qi gushed out from the cracks in the ground, as if it was going to turn the entire sky market back into chaos. It was so terrifying that it was unbelievable. The ancient palaces finally rushed out from the chaos zone. An ancient aura immediately filled the world. The ancient palaces were magnificent and surrounded by spiritual qi. They were built with countless peerless divine materials. Any cultivator who saw such palaces would go crazy. The tiles were made of sky blue divine jade and chaotic divine stones. Every brick and tile was made of rare divine materials. They were almost extinct in the Tonglong continent. There was also the 9th heaven Xian jade that was used to pave the floor. The pillars of the heavenly palace were all refined from the metal element divine tree and had the power of the metal element circulating within them. There were countless houses in this expanse of palaces, and the divine materials used were innumerable. Moreover, not a single divine material was ordinary, and all of them were rare divine materials that were rare in the world. This was definitely a grand project. Even the great figures of the current era were all dumbfounded when they saw this heavenly palace. They were momentarily at a loss for words. What's that? The old tortoise and the Xianhuang skeleton could not help but stop. The ancient palaces had not been destroyed by the power of the extreme divine weapon. Moreover, there was a dangerous aura coming from the depths of the palaces that even the old tortoise sensed. Clang! Suddenly, a bell rang in the ancient palaces. Ripples that were visible to the naked eye immediately spread from the depths of the palaces. Roar! The moment the bell rang, old tortoise immediately sensed an extremely terrifying and dangerous aura shrouding him. He roared angrily and used the Tai sovereign seal to protect himself. Without thinking, he soared into the sky and dodged the attack. The mysterious yellow skeleton that was standing on the supreme heaven platform remained motionless. The 9 ancestral dragons rushed out of the supreme heaven platform and protected it in the middle. However, when the transparent ripples spread out from the depths of the heavenly palace and came into contact with the chaotic ancestral dragons that had rushed out of the sky-reaching platform, 5 of the 9 chaotic ancestral dragons disappeared in the void without a sound. Bam! The Xianhuang skeleton that stood on the supreme platform suffered a great impact and was sent flying from the supreme platform. Cracks appeared on its Xianhuang skeleton. How is this possible? The Xianhuang skeleton was sent flying thousands of kilometers away. Its Xianhuang skeleton, which was as powerful as a mighty divine weapon, almost fell apart. The soul fire in its skull was almost extinguished. Retreat! When the 4 Almighties saw this, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. They took flight lights and rushed out of the sky market. Everywhere the transparent ripples passed, everything, whether tangible or intangible, would be shattered. Even the rooftop was submerged by the waves of transparent ripples that spread out. Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat. The 5 elements miniature world circled around him. He walked in the 5 elements miniature world and raised his 8 steps extreme speed to the limit. Gu Fei could cross 250 kilometers with a single step when he used the 8 desolation steps at full strength. It was much faster than teleportation. After taking 10 steps, Gu Fei was already 5 or 6,000 kilometers away. When Gu Fei stopped and turned around, he was completely dumbfounded by the scene behind him. No matter how determined he was, he could not help but be shocked at that moment. The depths of the heavenly market had been completely annihilated and turned into an extremely chaotic chaos. A terrifying aura of destruction surged out from within. It was as terrifying as the evolution of a chaotic world. This, Gu Fei's astonishment was at an indescribable level right now. Within the Sky Palace, a single ring of a bell had caused an area of 10,000 miles in radius to crumble and be destroyed. This was simply way too terrifying. This was a power that could destroy the heavens and earth. Chapter 989. The sound of the bell had turned the area of 10,000 miles into primal chaos. Such a terrifying scene had subdued everyone. No one was not startled. Such a method was too frightening. Even the almighty experts of the present age had a pale expression on their faces. The old turtle had disappeared without a trace. Roar! A formidable soul fluctuation reverberated between the heaven and earth. The mysterious yellow skeleton rushed back. Above the mysterious yellow skeleton's body, a vast and mighty mysterious yellow energy surged up to the sky. Mysterious yellow world transformation. Break for me! The mysterious yellow skeleton was furious. Someone had snatched the supreme heaven platform from its hands. It was truly enraged. Therefore, it directly used its killer move. Rumble! The monstrous, mysterious yellow energy covered the heaven and earth. It enveloped the entire heaven and earth. It shrouded the entire area of 10,000 miles, and then obliterated the primal chaos. The mysterious yellow skeleton actually wanted to break the primal chaos and take back the supreme heaven platform. Under the shroud of the mysterious yellow divine light, everyone felt a great pressure. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on their bodies. Their minds were shaken. Bang! Gu Fei was directly suppressed by the mysterious yellow divine light that descended from the sky. The ground was crushed by the mysterious yellow divine light. His complexion changed drastically as he was shocked. A trace of the mysterious yellow essence chi was enough to crush a mountain ridge. It was the most dreadful thing. However, the mysterious yellow essence chi from the mysterious yellow skeleton's body had already surged towards the primal chaos in front of it. This was just a trace of its residual power. However, even a trace of its residual power was enough to suppress Gu Fei to the point that he couldn't stand up straight. Is this guy really the legendary peerless monster? Gu Fei was secretly startled. Although the mysterious yellow skeleton was extremely powerful, he wasn't afraid of it. He had all kinds of life-saving means. Even if he encountered such a character, he could still escape. The mysterious yellow skeleton's ominous aura was monstrous. The mysterious yellow essence chi rushed out from its skull like a huge dragon and rushed into the primal chaos. Rumble! The heaven and earth shook. The mysterious yellow essence chi broke through the primal chaos. Then the essence chi transformed into a dragon and wrapped around the supreme heaven platform in the middle of the primal chaos. Clang! At this moment, another bell sound came from the chaotic zone. Then the mysterious yellow essence chi that rushed out from the skull of the mysterious yellow skeleton dissipated in the void. Wow! A painful soul fluctuation came from the yellow skeleton's skull. This time its divine soul was attacked, which almost drove it crazy. The mysterious yellow skeleton hugged its skull and was sent flying. The mysterious yellow divine light that enveloped the entire primal chaos zone was also dispersed by an unfathomable force that came from the primal chaos zone. The sound of the bell reverberated throughout the sky market. Then it spread out from the sky market and lingered over the entire eastern region. Countless living beings heard the sound of the bell, more powerful than the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Under the sound of the bell, although he had the protection of the extreme path sacred weapon and the inner world energy to isolate the outside world, he still felt that his divine soul was almost shattered. The unfathomable energy contained within this bell was actually able to affect one's soul, and it was able to disperse one's soul and cause one to become a soulless walking corpse. It was truly too terrifying. Cracks appeared on the skull of the mysterious yellow skeleton. It was unwilling. The sky-reaching platform that was already in its hands was actually snatched away by someone else. It simply couldn't accept this reality. The Supreme Heaven platform was also a very important sacred relic for the mysterious yellow skeleton. It also wanted to enter the heaven realm so that it could find the invincible power that it had lost. Sky Demon, you are still alive? The mysterious yellow skeleton calmed down and said such words. Hearing such words, everyone was petrified. Sky Demon, could it be that all of this was done by the Sky Demon? No one in the primal chaos zone answered. The sound of the bell reverberated throughout the sky market and the entire eastern region. It lasted for a long time, causing countless living beings to feel great danger. They were frightened and uneasy. This sound of the bell! After hearing the sound of the bell, a figure standing on top of a mountain immediately trembled and revealed a look of disbelief. At the same time, the blood in this person's body seemed to be burning. At this moment, there were signs that this person's cultivation was about to break through. Old ancestor is still alive? This kind of feeling from the bloodline almost made this person dumbfounded. He muttered to himself and then looked towards the depths of the sky market. That was where the sound of the bell came from. Damn, could it be that the Sky Palace is the Sky Demon Palace of the Sky Demon? No wonder I felt that it was a little familiar. At this time, the old turtle appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, it appeared behind Gu Fei without anyone noticing. The voice of the old turtle suddenly sounded behind him. This time, Gu Fei was really shocked and almost jumped up from the ground. You! Gu Fei was speechless. He was so scared by the old turtle that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. TSK, since when did you become so timid? The old turtle glanced at Gu Fei disdainfully and said nonchalantly. It turned out that the old turtle had long sensed Gu Fei's existence and only came to meet Gu Fei now. Although Gu Fei used the power of the world to seal his body and isolate all fluctuations and aura, it was still difficult to hide from the old turtle. At this time, the old turtle's cultivation had already surpassed the almighty realm. Although it was not a supreme saint, it was still equivalent to a half-saint. Rumble, chaotic energy, surged violently in the chaotic zone with a radius of 10,000 miles. A powerful aura was emitted as if a supreme existence was awakening. Supreme Saint King of the demon race, Sky Demon? The expressions of the four almighties changed after hearing the mysterious yellow skeleton's words. There was a Supreme Saint King of the demon race in the depths of the sky market? How is this possible? A living Supreme Saint King? Just the thought of it was enough to make one's heart palpitate. This was a supreme existence that could compete with the saints of the human race. Supreme saints are extinct. How could there still be a Saint King? How could he appear in this world? The old turtle muttered to himself. He felt a trace of uneasiness as the aura coming from the chaotic zone became stronger. The Sky Demon was one of the two Saint Kings of the demon race along with the Supreme Sovereign. They were also supreme existences in the hearts of all the demons in the world. No one would have thought that such a person's palace would appear in the depths of the sky market. Only a person like the Sky Demon could use countless divine materials to build such a heavenly palace. There seemed to be a terrifying existence hidden in this heavenly palace. The sound of the bell must have come from the supreme demon weapon refined by the sky demon. Chapter 990. Bang! Outside the chaotic area in the center of the sky market, a part of the void was shattered. An earth-shattering dragon roar resounded as an ancestor dragon rushed out of the void. The supreme expert of the dragon clan who came from the ancestor dragon mountain had arrived. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the entire world. In a radius of 10,000 miles, countless mountains collapsed. Several patriarchs who were close to the dragon's roar instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. They were killed by the dragon's roar. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. At this time, the old tortoise and Gufei had already flown high into the sky. They were shocked to see the scene. The old tortoise's expression became a little strange. The ancestor dragon's body was tens of thousands of feet long. It was like a mountain range lying high in the sky. The ancestor dragon's aura was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. Even the current almighties had to retreat. I didn't expect an ancestor dragon to still be alive. This is an incomparably ancient super fossil. Everyone was shocked to the extreme when they saw this ancestral dragon. This was a legendary existence that could only be seen in the ancient times during the golden age of the Great Desolation. The appearance of Tong Tian and the revival of the extreme path sacred weapon had even alarmed the ancestor dragon and made it jump out. This was too unbelievable. The sages were extinct, and the true demons did not appear. Who in the world could be an opponent of the ancestor dragon? This was definitely a terrifying existence that surpassed the almighty realm. Perhaps it had already stepped into the extreme path realm. Even the mysterious yellow skeleton did not dare to act rashly when it saw the ancestor dragon. It had just suffered a big loss, and its vitality was damaged. It probably had no chance of winning against the ancestor dragon. This world is such a King tortoise. The lazy dragon of the past can actually grow into an ancestor dragon. The old tortoise muttered to himself and sighed. At this time, the ancestor dragon also saw the old tortoise and sensed the powerful bloodline aura that originated from the supreme dragon ancestor. A pair of dragon eyes immediately stared at the old tortoise. "Ayo, hi, long time no see." The old tortoise took a step forward and said to the ancestral dragon. He had to admit that the ancestral dragon had surpassed him and was stronger than him. This made the old tortoise feel ashamed. After all, he possessed the bloodline of a saint king and was the saint prince. His talent was so great that probably even the greater demons that were born at the beginning of the world could not compare to him. However, although the old tortoise's cultivation base had broken through the almighty realm, he was still a little short of becoming an ancestral dragon. With just one more step, he would be able to cultivate the ancestral dragon's body and completely regain his past strength. Sacred Prince. The ancestral dragon was shocked to see the old tortoise. However, he quickly put away his awe and disbelief because he realized that the old tortoise's cultivation could not be compared to his. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect that the majestic sacred prince of a generation would actually fall to such a state. Ancestral Dragon Ao Hai's voice spread throughout the sky and earth. Sacred Prince. Everyone was extremely shocked when they heard Ancestral Dragon Ao Hai's words. There were definitely no saint kings of the monster race in the present world. Even in the great, desolate, immemorial era, there were only 2 saint kings of the monster race. Those 2 saint kings of the monster race were invincible existences in the 3 realms and 6 paths. Is he a grand sovereign or a sky demon? The almighties of the present world were super antiques that had lived for countless years and naturally knew many secrets of the ancient times. No one would have thought that the old tortoise was actually a sacred prince. This old man was too powerful. The bloodline of a supreme saint king was enough to shake the world. I also didn't expect that a lazy dragon of the past could actually cultivate the ancestral dragon's body. The old tortoise's expression was very ugly. Hee why, are you envious? The ancestral dragon was extremely pleased. So what if the old tortoise was a sacred prince? The current him could look down on a sacred prince. Of course, if the old tortoise was at his peak, this fellow would not have dared to be presumptuous in front of the old tortoise. Are you familiar with this fellow? Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the old tortoise. He did not expect the ancestral dragon that randomly jumped out to be an old acquaintance of the old tortoise. However, these two fellows did not seem to be on friendly terms. There was definitely something going on between the old tortoise and the ancestral dragon. Who knows this fellow? The old tortoise said in a very displeased manner. The other party's smug and self-satisfied expression made him angry. The ancestral dragon's aura was vast and mighty. The ancestral dragon's huge body that was in the form of the ancestral dragon shrank. Then the ancestral dragon turned into a fair and plump middle-aged man. This, Gu Fei could not help but be a little dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This contrast was too great. After the ancestral dragon transformed, it turned out to be a big fat man. At this moment, waves of Buddhist chants suddenly came from the western sky. It was as if the sky was filled with Buddhas chanting sutras. A peaceful aura instantly enveloped the entire world. Another supreme being has arrived. When Gu Fei sensed this aura, he knew that the supreme being of the Western Buddhist land had arrived. Only the power of Buddhism could be so peaceful. The soaring evil qi in the sky market within a radius of 100,000 miles was almost dissolved by the power of Buddhism. A golden figure walked over from the western sky step by step. The peaceful aura calmed everyone's state of mind. Even their fighting spirit was pacified. Even Gu Fei had the urge to convert to it. Roar! The fat man in the form of the ancestral dragon roared at the sky and let out a dragon's roar. The world shook and the sky almost shattered. It was terrifying to the extreme. Everyone felt as if they had been hit in the head. They immediately woke up under the influence of the Buddhist power. Oh no! At this moment, two waves of Buddhist power suddenly came from Gu Fei's body. Then, two rays of Buddhist light directly broke through his dantian and rushed out. Within the two rays of Buddhist light were two Buddhist weapons. They were the three realms Buddhist lamp and the Buddhist bell of Sanskrit. This kid has a supreme Buddhist weapon on him. Old Tortoise, who was standing next to Gu Fei, was shocked. He wanted to stop the two supreme Buddhist weapons that rushed out of Gu Fei's body. The fat man, Ao Hai, also transformed into an ancestral dragon claw. It tore through the void and grabbed the two supreme Buddhist weapons. These were supreme Buddhist weapons refined by the ancient Buddhist lords. Even the ancestral dragon would be jealous of them. However, Old Tortoise and Ao Hai were one step too late. The Buddhist light that enveloped the two supreme Buddhist weapons was too fast. In just an instant, it had already been taken back by the Buddha that walked over from the western sky. Old Tortoise and Ao Hai's expressions changed instantly. The two supreme Buddhist weapons floated above the Buddha's head. The three realms Buddhist lamp emitted an unprecedentedly strong Buddhist light that illuminated the 3,000 worlds. The melodious sound of the bell resounded throughout the three realms and six paths. Chapter 991. The Eternal Buddha. The old turtle and ancestor dragon Ao Hai were shocked. That Buddha was shrouded in Buddhist light and had the aura of the great Tao lingering around him. Swoosh! The old turtle pulled Gu Fei and rushed out of the sky market. This Buddha was too terrifying. He was actually reviving the Buddhist lamp and Buddhist bell of the three realms. It had to be known that they were supreme Buddhist weapons refined by the eternal Buddha. If they were completely awakened, it would be disastrous. The sky market within 100,000 miles would probably sink. Ancestor dragon Ao Hai had no choice but to retreat. Even Ao Hai, who had cultivated the ancestral dragon body, could not resist the supreme divine might of the sacred weapon. Everyone was retreating. Some people hiding in the side had no choice but to jump out. When these people jumped out, Gu Fei jumped in fright. Even the old turtle cried out in fear. Among these people, there were a few whose cultivation was not lower than his. "Blood devil!" Suddenly, Ao Hai cried out in surprise. Then a monstrous, murderous aura surged as he chased after a blood-colored devil as if he had seen a great enemy. "It really is that devil. He's not dead yet." The old turtle was also shocked to see the blood-colored figure disappear in a flash. He did not expect a terrifying great devil to be hiding nearby. Boom! The world shook as the ancestral dragon aura surged. Ao Hai directly revealed his ancestral dragon body. He broke through the void and chased after the blood devil. Does this lazy dragon really have a grudge against the blood devil? The old turtle was bewildered. As long as it was a demon, it was a great enemy of the world. Whether it was a human, a demon, or a god, they had to attack when they saw a demon. Even if they did not attack, the demon would attack them. Demons walked the Tao of killing, using killing to form the Tao. Only endless bones could become a great demon. Rumble. At this time, the world shook violently. The Buddha actually used a supreme Buddhist weapon to break through the chaotic aura and rushed into the primal chaos zone ahead. The eternal Buddha? It's just a clone. A loud voice suddenly came from the depths of the primal chaos zone and spread across 100,000 miles of the sky market. Each word was like an invisible hammer that pounded on everyone's soul. "Sky Demon!" Another voice rang out in the chaos zone. The voice was filled with a peaceful and benevolent aura, instantly calming one's heart. Boom! A deafening sound rang out from the depths of the primal chaos zone. The entire world trembled violently. After that, the heavens and earth shattered and the void was destroyed. The primal chaos zone expanded in all directions, devouring everything in its path. Roar! An enraged roar rang out. An unknown expert was unable to dodge in time and was sucked into the primal chaos zone. He roared and struggled, trying to escape. Go! The old turtle did not hesitate. He immediately took out the Tai Huang seal to protect himself and Gu Fei. Then he rushed into the distance. When two supreme existences attacked in the primordial chaos, everyone's expressions changed. Bam! The entire world shook violently once more. The sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The ground was ceaselessly collapsing, and the void was ceaselessly being annihilated. A terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens, and the earth was vast and mighty in the world. The expert, who was sucked into the primal chaos, had just tried his best to escape, but he was once again devoured by the primal chaos. This time, an invisible ripple appeared in the primal chaos. After the expert was devoured, he did not even have time to let out a cry before he turned into a bloody mist and was destroyed by the primal chaos. Both his body and soul were destroyed. An expert had fallen. Everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked. An almighty of the present age had fallen. This was definitely a big event that would shake the entire cultivation world. No one knew how long it had been since an almighty had been born or fallen in the Tonglong continent. How insane! The old turtle and Gu Fei had already rushed out from the sky market. Both of them had cultivated the godly eyes, allowing them to peer through the void and see every blade of grass and tree within 10,000 Li, the Millennium Buddha, Lord, actually left behind a clone. Gu Fei was truly stunned. The ancient Buddha, the legendary ancient Buddha, was an existence that could compete with the supreme martial ancestor, the supreme sacred emperor, and the true demon of heaven and earth. He created the Buddhist Tao with his own strength and passed it down. There were not many supreme sages in the world who could achieve such an achievement. The supreme sages had disappeared for countless years. It seemed that only the orthodoxies of the ancient Buddha and the supreme martial ancestor had been passed down for countless years and did not disappear in the merciless passage of time. No wonder the three realms, Buddhist lamp and the Sanskrit Buddhist bell, had rushed out of Gu Fei's body uncontrollably. Although the ancient Buddha did not come personally, he had forcibly taken away the two supreme Buddhist weapons that Gu Fei had obtained. "Brother, you really suffered a great loss this time." The old turtle sighed. Gu Fei had lost two supreme Buddhist weapons, and even the old turtle was very jealous. How could this be? I had clearly erased the brand on the Buddhist weapon. How could it still be taken back? Gu Fei could not understand it, no matter how he thought about it. The Tao brand on the three realms Buddhist lamp and the Sanskrit Buddhist bell had long been erased by him. How did this Buddha take back the two supreme Buddhist weapons? How could the Tao brand of a supreme sage be erased so easily? Even if it was erased, it would only be for a moment and would slowly condense back. The old tortoise said, "What? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Gu Fei was going crazy. This guy was too hateful. Did he deliberately make me lose the Buddhist weapons? "TSK, how would I know that you don't know this? You should know that you have obtained the inheritance of the martial ancestor." The old turtle said disdainfully. This Gu Fei could not help but be startled. Although he had obtained the inheritance of the martial ancestor, there was no method to refine and supreme sacred weapon. The supreme martial path created by the martial ancestor focused on cultivating one's body to become a sage. This was the most difficult and dangerous way to prove one's Tao through strength. To a martial artist that was successful in cultivation, their body that had been tempered 1,000 times was the best weapon, and there was no need to waste energy to refine a weapon. Gu Fei really did not know how to erase the Tao brand on a supreme, sacred weapon. At this time, everyone retreated from the sky market. No one dared to stay inside. The clone of the ancient Buddha and the terrifying existence in the depths of the primal chaos were fighting. Such a person could destroy a part of the void with a wave of his hand and even obliterate almighties. This was definitely a terrifying existence that was infinitely close to the Supreme Sage level. Chapter 992. That is, Gu Fei stared at the godly phoenix in the sky. He was shocked to the extreme. The appearance of the godly phoenix had caused half the sky to turn red. Even the void was burnt to ashes. A terrifying aura of a divine beast swept over, causing Gu Fei's mind to shake. Everyone was startled. This was an existence that only appeared in legends. This was a real divine beast. Unlike Shaoqing, who only had the bloodline of a divine beast, the aura of a divine beast made all living beings tremble in fear. This was an incomparably shocking scene. A living ancient divine beast had appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This was definitely a terrifying existence that surpassed the realm of almighty beings. Divine beasts like the true dragon and the phoenix had become legends during the late period of the desolate land. It was difficult for people to see them, but now a godly phoenix had appeared. The ton-long continent was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Gu Fei was extremely astounded. The emergence of the Heaven Ascension platform actually alarmed such extraordinary seniors, and it obviously showed that the Heaven Ascension platform was similarly extremely important to these seniors, and they didn't hesitate to reveal themselves in front of the world. However, what happened next made everyone's jaws drop. Roar! A tiger's roar was heard from afar. A white tiger the size of a mountain rushed over from afar. Everywhere it passed, mountains collapsed and the earth shook. A monstrous, murderous aura swept over, causing everyone to tremble in fear. It was another real divine beast. This was an incomparably terrifying war tiger. Its roar could shake mountains and rivers. It could even kill sect leaders. The tiger's roar shook the heavens and the earth. Many people fell to the ground and couldn't stand up anymore. They were killed by the roar. Then, a black tortoise the size of a small mountain slowly crawled over from afar. It was as if a boundless ocean had suddenly appeared between the heavens and the earth. It had the body of a turtle and the head of a dragon. On its head was a pair of dragon horns. This was one of the 4 ancient divine beasts, the black tortoise. Even if it wasn't the divine beast that was born from the heavens and the earth, it still had its bloodline. This divine beast's background wasn't any weaker than the old turtle. After the black tortoise appeared, a dragon's roar came from the distance. An azure dragon tore through the void and appeared outside the chaotic zone. Another ancestral dragon. When Gu Fei saw the azure dragon, he sensed the unique aura of the ancestral dragon. This aura made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. The ancestral dragon's aura was vast and mighty. Everything in the world trembled. This was a fear that originated from the depths of their souls. The azure dragon, the white tiger, the divine phoenix, and the black tortoise. The arrival of the 4 legendary ancient divine beasts caused everyone to be indescribably shocked. These were the legendary ancient divine beasts, and they were much more terrifying than the almighty existences of the present age. Even if such an existence was not comparable to a supreme saint, it was probably close to it. Even in the untainted land of ancient times, the appearance of such a divine beast would cause a commotion. The guardians of the southern wastelands, 4 holy clans. The legend is actually true. This is the foundation of the 100 races of the southern wasteland. Some people were discussing in low voices. Some people knew the origin of these 4 divine beasts. They were from the southern wasteland, the 4 holy clans of the southern wasteland. They had been protecting the 4 holy clans for countless years. The old antiques of the clan of the ancients seemed to know about the foundation of the 100 races of the southern wasteland. Therefore, even if they returned once every 10,000 years, they would not dare to do anything to the 100 races of the southern wasteland. A force that could survive for countless years was not simple. Gu Fei was inwardly shocked when he saw the 4 primordial divine beasts. The foundation of the 100 races of the southern wasteland was truly terrifying. There was actually a primordial divine beast in each of the 4 sacred races. No wonder the 100 races of the southern wasteland could contend with the forces of the clan of the ancients for thousands of years. The foundation they had was absolutely unimaginable. Unless the legendary Supreme Saint was born, there was probably no force in the entire Tonglong continent that would dare to provoke the 100 races of the southern wasteland that were guarded by ancient divine beasts. The 4 ancient divine beasts rushed over from afar. The aura of the divine beasts was so overwhelming that even the old tortoise and the mysterious yellow skeleton had to retreat. The 4 ancient divine beasts directly rushed to the front of the primal chaos zone. Their powerful pressure caused the void to crack and the ground to shatter. Then the 4 ancient beasts each summoned an ancient beast mark that formed an ancient formation. It tore through the chaotic air and charged into the depths of the chaotic zone. For Spirit's sacred executioner formation, the old tortoise and the mysterious yellow skeleton were taken aback. The 4 ancient divine beasts had formed an ancient formation with 4 pieces of bone beast markings. It had triggered the power of the great path of heaven and earth. Such mighty power could only be displayed by the legendary extreme path saints or the supreme saint emperors of the demon race. This was the power of the great path saints. The 4 ancient divine beasts, whose strength was comparable to supreme saints, actually had the means to combine the power of the 4 divine beasts with a formation to display the might of the supreme saint realm. The power of the 4 ancient divine beasts was equivalent to a supreme saint or a supreme saint emperor of the monster race after they combined their power. Buzz! A deafening sound came from the primal chaos zone. The 4 divine beasts were actually fighting with the people in the primal chaos zone. The monstrous chaotic air was almost dispersed. The sky and earth collapsed. This was the destruction of a world. A terrifying force surged out. The Thai sovereign seal that floated above the old man trembled, blocking all the destructive force that was surging towards him. The mysterious yellow skeleton did not have an extreme saint weapon in its hand. It had no choice but to rush into the distance to avoid the terrifying power that surged out from the depths of the primal chaos zone. Under the protection of the extreme saint weapon, Gu Fei was not affected in the slightest. He vaguely saw an ancient stone platform floating in the primal chaos. There seemed to be two figures and an ancient formation on the stone platform. It was the avatar of the ancient Buddhist lord, the terrifying existence from the heavenly demon palace, and the four ancient divine beasts unleashed an ancient formation to activate the power of the great path. This was a battle comparable to the battle between supreme saints. The void was turned into nothingness. From time to time, dazzling Buddhist lights could be seen piercing through the void and rushing out from the primal chaos zone. There were also chaotic, demonic auras that broke through the void and pierced through the sky. The roars of the azure dragon, white tiger, divine phoenix, and black tortoise were constantly resounding. Everyone's target was the sky-piercing platform. The four ancient, desolate faction almighties and some reclusive almighties could no longer interfere at this time. Even the current almighties would fall in a battle of this level. This was a battle that surpassed the realm of almighties. Among everyone present, perhaps only the old tortoise and the mysterious yellow skeleton had the power to fight. Chapter 993. There were many who came to fight for the supreme platform, but only the Buddhist lord's clone, the existence in the heavenly demon palace, and the four ancient divine beasts of the 100 races of the southern wilderness were here. The old tortoise didn't make a move. He might not be able to win a battle of this level even if he had a sacred weapon. The old tortoise wouldn't take such a risk. The Buddhist lord's clone took away the two sacred weapons that Gu Fei obtained from the Naraka realm. This made Gu Fei angry and shocked, but there was nothing he could do. Given his current strength, he couldn't even defeat a Buddhist almighty, let alone the Buddhist lord's clone. The gap in cultivation couldn't be made up for with just a few sacred weapons. The fact that he was able to challenge a sect master was already considered heaven-defying. One should know that there was a huge gap between Gu Fei and the sovereign immortal emperor and Shin King. A realm could be divided into 9 heavens. In the same realm, there was a huge difference between a first heavenly layer and a second heavenly layer cultivator, let alone an entire realm. Even if Gu Fei had a sacred weapon, he couldn't challenge Almighty because it was simply courting death. Almighty could easily take away Gu Fei's sacred weapon and then kill Gu Fei. This was also why Gu Fei didn't want to expose his sacred weapon. An extreme Dao holy weapon could make all the cultivators in the world jealous. Someone else's sacred weapon will always be someone else's. Gu Fei sighed. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel heartache after losing 2 sacred weapons. However, this made him even more determined to refine his own holy weapon of extreme Daos. You're not stupid either. The old tortoise said, how could a sacred weapon refined by an extreme Dao saint be so easily taken away? The other 3 sacred weapons in Gu Fei's body were also in danger of being taken away. Of course, if the saint who refined the sacred weapons had fallen, then the 3 sacred weapons would belong to Gu Fei. Boom! At that moment, an earth-shattering rumble resounded from the depths of the chaotic zone. After that, a beam of chaotic divine light shot into the sky and tore open the heavens. What's going on? What happened? Everyone was shocked to the extreme, and even the expressions of the current world's supreme beings changed drastically. This was a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. This terrifying power penetrated the heaven and earth of the sky market. This was the heaven and earth of the sky market. According to legend, this was a region that had fallen from the heaven realm. The heaven and earth power was extremely stable. Even immortals and gods would find it hard to break it. However, at this moment, a streak of chaotic divine light pierced through the entire space. It was too terrifying, a true power that could destroy heaven and earth. This was an unmatched method that only extreme Dao saints had. Did the great battle in the primal chaos have a result? Rumble, the world shook. The beam of primal chaos divine light pierced through the barrier of heaven and earth. No one knew where it went. Then a vast and shocking aura came from the end of the beam of primal chaos divine light, sweeping across this part of the world. How is this possible? I can feel the aura of the heaven realm. The Purple Emperor, the Jiang family's God Emperor, the Yaotai ancient sacred grounds female sage, and the primordial path master were all dumbfounded after sensing this aura. Heaven realm. This is the aura of the heaven realm. They penetrated the heaven realm. The old turtle's expression changed drastically. He was the son of the sacred emperor, the supreme sacred emperor of the demon race. He was invincible in the 3 realms and 6 paths. He could go anywhere, so he naturally knew of the existence of the heaven realm and had been to it before. The old turtle was very familiar with the aura of the heaven realm. Rumble! An ancient sky palace rushed out of the chaotic zone and entered a chaotic passageway opened by the beam of chaotic divine light. It was the Sky Demon Palace. A tall figure stood in the middle of the Sky Palace and disappeared into the chaotic passageway together with the Sky Demon Palace. That is, the Sky Demon really didn't die. The yellowish skeleton and the old turtle were extremely shocked when they saw the figure. The soul fire in the yellowish skeleton's skull even pulsed violently. The Sky Demon was a name that could shock the world. In the untainted era, the demon race only had 2 supreme sacred emperors, but they were enough to intimidate all races and even supreme sages. Even though countless years had passed, the name of the Sky Demon was still enough to intimidate everyone. As the Sky Palace disappeared into the chaotic passageway, an ancient formation also rose into the sky and entered the chaotic passageway. For ancient divine beasts stood in the ancient formation. The moment the chaotic divine light penetrated the sky, powerful divine wills from all over the tongue-long continent swept across the depths of the sky market. Boom! Somewhere in the depths of an ancient mountain range in the tongue-long continent, a loud sound rang out. An endless amount of black gas surged out from the depths of the ancient mountain range. Then, as if the gates of hell had been opened, countless lonely souls and wild ghosts rushed out. The entire ancient mountain range immediately became a ghost domain. Countless ghostly shadows flickered in the black gas. A pale-faced middle-aged man wearing a crown walked out of the nether ghost energy. Then the endless ghost energy immediately retreated like a receding tide. Countless ghostly figures, as well as the ghostly aura of the netherworld that enveloped this part of the world, all gathered towards the middle-aged man and then entered his body. This middle-aged man was the supreme ghost emperor who had dared to fight a true demon in the past. Has someone opened the path to heaven? Now is not the time yet. The ghost emperor stood high in the sky. Although there was a blazing sun above his head, the mighty yang qi from the sun did not affect the ghost emperor. This was the ghost emperor of Plentiful City. He did not fear sunlight. Even during the day, he could come and go freely without any apprehension. Ordinary wandering ghosts would definitely not dare to appear under the blazing sun. This was because the ghost body was an extreme yin body, which clashed with the yang qi. The yang qi could eliminate the yin qi. Even someone as powerful as the ghost emperor would suffer a great loss of vitality if he appeared under the blazing sun. Subsequently, the ghost emperor of Plentiful City disappeared into the void. In the next moment, the void outside the sky market suddenly shattered, and a figure walked out from the shattered void. This person was the ghost emperor of Plentiful City who had just disappeared above the ancient mountain range. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the barrier of the endless void and appeared outside the sky market. This kind of cultivation and this kind of method were truly incredible. At this time, the clone of the Millennium Buddha Master did not enter the chaotic passageway. Instead, he disappeared into the void and disappeared without a trace. Heavenly Realm. Damn it, I'll risk it. Chapter 994. The primal chaos divine light originated from the heaven-reaching platform. It pierced through the great heaven and earth, leading to an unknown end. However, everyone went crazy because there was a super living fossil that had survived from the prehistoric era that sensed the aura of the heaven realm. The heavenly realm was an ancient name that had already become a legend. Some said that the primordial powers came from the heavenly realm. During the late primitive era, a great change occurred and the path to heaven was completely severed. Some experts from the heavenly realm were trapped in the mortal world, unable to return. Only by finding the legendary ancient gate of heaven or the supreme Taoist ancestors' supreme platform would they be able to return to the heavenly realm. The sky-reaching platform was originally in the primordial Tao sect. It was the sect protecting treasure of the primordial Tao sect. This was an extreme Tao sacred platform that could make anyone go crazy. This was because it could connect the mortal world and the heavenly realm, opening the path to heaven. The appearance of the supreme platform shocked the world. The entire cultivation world was shaken. Countless old antiques and living fossils jumped out. More than a dozen hidden almighty figures had come. Even in the great desolate era, such figures were experts who could move unhindered in a region. They were supreme figures of a region. The 4 guardian beasts of the southern desolate 100 races also came with a supreme formation to fight against the avatar of the Buddhist Lord and the terrifying existence from the Sky Demon Palace. In the end, the supreme platform was completely activated by these people. It displayed its supreme divine might and unexpectedly opened up a chaotic path in the void. The aura of the heavenly realm came from the end of the chaotic path. The super antiques and freakish living fossils that had lived for who knew how long went crazy. People constantly rushed out from their hiding places and directly charged towards the chaotic passageway. In the eyes of mortal cultivators, the heavenly realm was a holy land, the home of the strong. It was a heaven and earth that was one level higher than the mortal world. It was the driving force for all cultivators to move forward. The old turtle didn't hesitate and used the grand sovereign seal to protect himself. He grabbed Gufei and rushed into the chaotic path ahead. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the mysterious yellow skeleton turned into a mysterious yellow divine light and rushed over. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared at the end of the chaotic channel. If I don't leave now, when will I? The purple emperor of the primordial immortal sect shouted loudly. Purple chi spread for 30,000 miles, dyeing the entire world purple. It was as if Emperor Xian was patrolling the sky. With a step, he stepped into the chaos passageway. What was the purpose of the ancient desolate era's forces searching for millions of years? Wasn't it to return to the heaven realm? The primordial Tao ancestor, the martial monarch of the Jiang clan, and the sacred lady of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground could no longer sit still. They immediately charged forward with their sacred weapons. Now, no one cared about anything else. Everyone rushed over from afar. Among these people, there were hidden almighties, terrifying great demons, and even ghost monarch plentiful city, who had cultivated the ghost monarch physique and was covered in ghostly chi, had appeared. All the major powers of the current era had rushed into the passageway of chaos, followed by the sect masters, followed by the immortal king and Shin king of the profound transformation realm. When the path to heaven appeared, no one could calm down. They all wanted to rush in immediately and enter the legendary heaven realm. It's not time to reopen the 3 realms and 6 Taos. Just as everyone was rushing into the depths of the sky market, a loud voice suddenly resounded. Then it spread to the heavens and the earth. It reverberated in the entire eastern region and even out of the eastern region. Some people in the central plains heard this voice. This is everyone who was rushing into the depths of the sky market was stunned. This voice was like the evening drum and morning bell. It actually shook their souls and woke them up. Swoosh! Outside the sky market, a white figure walked in the void and instantly arrived in front of the passageway of chaos in the depths of the sky market. With a wave of his hand, those who hadn't rushed into the passageway of chaos flew away. Even if there were phenomenal success Shin King and immortal emperor among them, they didn't have any power to resist. With a wave of his hand, all the immortals and spirits flew away. This method was truly terrifying. Those who were rushing over were all stunned. Ghost Monarch, plentiful city, it's Ghost Monarch, plentiful city. Immediately, someone shouted. This white-robed man who was wearing an ancient crown was the Ghost Monarch who had fought endlessly with the true demon in the northern lands. It's really him. He also wants to enter the heavenly realm. In the depths of the sky market, there were many people who had experienced the great turmoil of the northern lands. Many of them had seen Ghost Monarch Fundu's glory. It was at that time that the mysterious Ghost Monarch Fundu displayed his supreme battle prowess in front of the world for the first time. He was able to fight against the demon ancestor. As the saying goes, a person's name is like a tree's shadow. Ghost Monarch Fundu's name was enough to suppress everyone in the sky market. So it was an accident, a divine eye appeared between Ghost Monarch Fundu's eyebrows. It directly pierced through the power of chaos and looked into the chaotic zone in front of him. Then he said such words. Accident? What accident? Those who were swept away by Ghost Monarch Fundu's sleeve rushed back from afar. Ghost Monarch Fundu didn't kill them, so they were all unharmed. Then a shocking scene appeared. Ghost Monarch Fundu directly extended his hand and pressed forward. The chaotic zone in front of him was immediately pacified by an unfathomable power. The shattered void of heaven and earth was reforming, and the terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth was being suppressed. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of method was this? To think that it could even suppress a power that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, causing the shattered world to reform. Soon, the chaotic zone of tens of thousands of miles was rapidly shrinking. In the end, a chaotic Tao platform appeared in the void. On the Tao platform, a primal divine light soared into the sky. It shattered the void and pierced through the world. No one knew where it led to. At the end of the primal divine light, the aura of the heavenly realm came down. Tao Ancestor, seeing the ancient stone platform floating in the primal origin essence, even Ghost Monarch Fundu became absent-minded. He seemed to be thinking of an incomparably long-ago matter. Then he walked forward and directly entered the primal origin essence. Then he ascended the ancient stone platform and entered the primal divine light. He really wants to enter the heavenly realm. Seeing this scene, almost everyone revealed an as expected expression. The heavenly realm also had such a great temptation for Ghost Monarch Fundu. It was really surprising. However, in the next moment, these people were dumbfounded again. Ghost Monarch Fundu didn't soar into the sky and enter the chaotic channel. Instead, his entire body was filled with endless ghost Tao power. He actually wanted to use his own cultivation to suppress the divine might of the supreme sky platform under his feet. Chapter 995. What is he doing? Ghost Emperor Fundu ascended the ancient stone platform, but what made everyone dumbfounded was that he did not want to soar into the sky and enter the chaos passage. Instead, he was using the supreme power of the ghost path to suppress the ancient stone platform. Rumble! The ancient stone platform shook, and the runes of the great path that were branded on the stone platform emerged, interweaving into countless mysterious runes. Each of the runes of the great path contained the mighty power of the great path. The ancient stone platform showed an extraordinary side. There were runes flowing on it, as if an extreme saint was chanting sutras. In everyone's ears, it was as if they could hear the voice of a saint, and they felt enlightened. Could it be, the Supreme Tao Ancestor's heavenly Tao melody? Legend had it that the Supreme Tao Ancestor comprehended the supreme immortal path on this ancient stone platform and became an extreme saint, known as the Tao Ancestor. Therefore, the Supreme Tao platform was also known as the Enlightenment platform. It was branded with a trace of the Supreme Tao Ancestor's mark. Those who were fated to ascend the Enlightenment platform would be able to hear the Supreme Tao Ancestors' heavenly Tao melody and have the opportunity to comprehend the Great Path. The heavenly Tao melody was faintly discernible. For a moment, everyone felt a little dazed. They seemed to have grasped something and comprehended something, but when they tried to comprehend it carefully, there was nothing. Ethereal, this was the Great Path. It was invisible, traceless, and elusive. Only when one comprehended it would they understand it. It was extremely mysterious. It was no wonder that even in the great desolate era, very few people could prove the Great Path and become an invincible saint of the Great Path. It was because it was too difficult. Anyone who could prove the Great Path was a peerless genius with great perseverance. Under all kinds of opportunities, they had to create their own Tao and become a Tao ancestor, respected by the world. It had to be said that Ghost Emperor Fengdu was worthy of being a supreme existence who could fight against the demon ancestor. The Tao power emitted by the ancient stone platform was gradually suppressed by him. The faintly discernible heavenly Tao melody completely disappeared. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's body emitted rays of black light. This was the supreme power of the Ghost Path. There were also runes flowing on his body. He had used his own strength to trigger the power of the Great Path. Everyone was shocked by the might displayed by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. This kind of cultivation and strength was probably not as simple as surpassing the Almighty Realm. Bam! Ghost Emperor Fengdu stomped on the ground. The entire ancient stone platform shook violently, almost falling from the sky. The immortal Tao runes that appeared on the ancient stone platform also dimmed. The primal chaos divine light that rushed out from the Skirich platform almost collapsed, as if the Skirich path was about to be severed. At this time, the bewildered people finally knew what Ghost Emperor Fengdu wanted to do. Not only did he not want to enter the heaven realm, he actually wanted to suppress the sky platform and cut off the path to heaven. Senior Ghost Emperor, don't. We can't cut off the path to heaven. Everyone turned pale with fright. Someone immediately shouted and rushed forward. However, when those people rushed to the side of the sky connecting platform, they were blown away by a force. Everyone was shocked and angry at the same time. Ghost Emperor Fengdu actually wanted to cut off everyone's path to heaven. Some people directly rushed forward and wanted to enter the primal chaos passageway. However, people were constantly being blown away. No one could enter the primal chaos passageway. The entire primal chaos passageway seemed to be sealed by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Bam! A resplendent divine light emitted an astonishing energy fluctuation and struck forward. The entire heaven and earth shook. A sect master level character used an almighty sacred weapon to open the path to heaven. However, the almighty sacred weapon couldn't change anything. It couldn't break through Ghost Emperor Fengdu's power at all. Even that almighty sacred weapon was blown away by the Tao power drawn by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Rumble! Ghost Emperor Fengdu stood on the ancient stone platform and circulated his mystic technique with all his strength. He drew the power of the great Tao to suppress the sky connecting platform. The Tao runes on the sky connecting platform gradually dimmed. The divine might of this extreme sacred weapon was suppressed, and the power of the great Tao gradually weakened. As a result, the primal chaos divine light that rushed out from the sky connecting platform gradually dissipated. The path to heaven was about to disappear. Everyone was going crazy. This was the only chance to enter the heavenly realm. No one wanted to miss it. However, Ghost Emperor Fengdu deprived everyone of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The path to heaven was about to collapse. Senior Ghost Emperor, quickly stop! Senior Ghost Emperor, why do you want to cut off the path to heaven? I hate it. Everyone shouted one after another, but Ghost Emperor Fengdu turned a deaf ear to them. He continued to circulate his Tao power to suppress the sky connecting platform and the divine might emitted from it. Everyone was in despair. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was so powerful that he could suppress an extreme sacred weapon. Who in this world could be Ghost Emperor Fengdu's opponent? Unless it was the eternal Buddha, Lord's clone, that had disappeared. Perhaps he could contend against Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The sky connecting platform shook. Ghost Emperor Fengdu displayed his supreme divine might. He stepped on the ancient stone platform and used his own power to draw the great Tao to suppress the stone platform, causing the primal chaos passageway to gradually collapse. Roar! Seeing that the primal chaos passageway was about to collapse, many people's expressions turned ferocious. They then took out their magic treasures and attacked Ghost Emperor Fengdu on the ancient stone platform. Boom! The power of the great Tao surged. An ancient Tao rune gushed out from beneath Ghost Emperor Fengdu's feet and spread out in all directions, enveloping the entire ancient stone platform. Endless Tao runes circulated. All the magic treasures that came into contact with the layer of Tao runes silently crumbled and turned into dust. Even the Emperor Divine weapons were no exception. A golden divine bell couldn't even let out a bell ring before it turned into a pile of golden dust that drifted between the heaven and earth. A divine sword soared 10,000 zhang into the sky, splitting the void. However, when it came into contact with the layer of Tao runes, it also crumbled without a sound. This was the extreme Tao divine rune that could display the power of the extreme Tao. Unless a saint of the extreme Tao personally came, no one would be able to break it. Only an extreme sacred weapon could resist it. More than a dozen immortal emperors and Shin King were sent flying while coughing out blood. Their magic treasures were destroyed, and they also suffered a great impact. An immortal emperor's glabella cracked open, looking extremely ferocious and terrifying. Bang! A huge tremor resounded. The entire supreme Tao platform was trampled down from the sky by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The primal chaos origin essence was completely suppressed and sank into the supreme Tao platform. No, the path to heaven. How can this be? The supreme Tao platform was completely suppressed by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The path to heaven created by the supreme Tao platform disappeared. At this moment, many people couldn't help but wail. What was the purpose of a cultivator's cultivation? Wasn't it to ascend to the heaven realm? The path to heaven was right in front of them, but they missed it. This almost drove everyone crazy. The only path to heaven to enter the heaven realm was cut off by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. A few people didn't dare to disregard it and madly attacked Ghost Emperor Fengdu, who was descending from the sky. However, how could they be a match for Ghost Emperor Fengdu? Ghost King Fengdu waved his sleeve, and those people flew out. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. It was unknown where they were swept to. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was truly abnormally strong. Someone recognized that one of the people sent flying by Ghost Emperor Fengdu was a Grand Completion Immortal Emperor Shin King. Even the Grand Completion Shin King was like an ant in front of Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The others didn't dare to act rashly. The luck of these people was too bad. When the path to heaven was opened, they hesitated for a moment. They didn't rush into the primal chaos passageway like those current supreme experts. Among these people, there was no lack of Grand Completion Immortal Emperors and Shin King. However, these Grand Completion Immortal Emperors and Shin King only grew up after the destruction of the great desolate world. They didn't know whether there was really a heaven realm at the end of the primal chaos passageway or not. It was too late to regret now. Boom! Ghost Emperor Fengdu directly stomped the ancient heavenly platform down to the ground. At this time, the Tao runes that emerged on the ancient heavenly platform had already disappeared into the ancient heavenly platform. The entire sky-piercing platform once again became simple and ordinary. All kinds of miracles had already disappeared. No one could believe that such an ordinary stone platform was actually an extreme saint artifact that could connect to the heaven realm and open a path to the heaven path. just as Ghost Emperor Fengdu was about to put away the ancient heavenly platform. All the cultivators were extremely jealous. That was an extreme sacred tool, a sacred weapon refined by a sage. Even if it couldn't connect to the heaven realm, it was still a supreme sacred tool. However, at this time, the entire heaven and earth suddenly darkened. An extremely terrifying aura descended from the sky. In an instant, all the living beings within 100,000-mile radius of the heavenly market prostrated, as if they were welcoming the arrival of a supreme sage. They were trembling in fear. Ghost Emperor Fengdu, who was standing on the ancient heavenly platform, raised his head and frowned. His expression became a little strange, as if he had thought of something. Bang! The entire heaven and earth shattered in an instant. A huge mountain descended from the shattered heaven and earth. It was a sacred mountain shrouded in immortal light. Rumble! The descent of the sacred mountain was an extremely shocking scene. There was actually a sacred mountain that crossed the boundary to come here. Such means and divine ability were truly unimaginable. At the moment when the void shattered and the sacred mountain descended, all the living beings within 100,000-mile radius of the heavenly market were pressed to the ground by a terrifying pressure. It was too terrifying. Even the grand completion immortal emperors and Shen King couldn't resist this pressure. Only Ghost Emperor Fengdu, who was standing on the ancient heavenly platform, remained calm. The person who came was definitely a terrifying existence on the same level as him. Chapter 996. As the sacred mountain descended, streams of immortal Tao divine light cascaded down like a waterfall. The multicolored light was boundless, and the auspicious energy shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The powerful pressure almost caused the spirits of all living beings in the sky market to collapse. Such a powerful pressure, even if it wasn't the extreme Tao saint might, it was most likely a quasi-saint. Rumble! The heaven and earth collapsed. An entire sacred mountain appeared high up in the sky, becoming the only thing in this world. Even the entire eastern domain could feel the mighty fluctuations coming from the sacred mountain. "It's you!" Ghost Emperor Fengdu stood on the ancient stone platform and looked up. His eyes shot out rays of black light, and his expression was a bit strange. He seemed to have figured out the origin of the person who came. "You actually didn't die." The existence standing on the peak of the sacred mountain had a small stature. His skin was dry and stuck to his bones. His entire person was like a corpse that had been dead for countless years. Swoosh! 2 blood-colored divine lights shot down from the sacred mountain. It was the gaze of the terrifying existence on the peak of the sacred mountain. It pierced through the void and looked straight at Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The 2 of them looked at each other for a while, but no one said anything. Everyone was extremely nervous. If the 2 of them started fighting, the human clan cultivators in the sky market would be in trouble. In the end, Ghost Emperor Fengdu did something that no one expected. He withdrew his gaze and jumped down from the ancient stone platform. Now is not the time to reopen the heavenly road. Ghost Emperor Fengdu left behind such a sentence and soared into the sky. He directly shattered the void and disappeared between heaven and earth. No one knew where he went. Ghost Emperor Fengdu retreated just like that. He didn't even want the supreme sky platform anymore. There's no need for you to say more. A soul fluctuation spread out from the corpse-like guy. A voice resounded in everyone's heart. He seemed to know what Ghost Emperor Fengdu was referring to, so he sent out such a soul fluctuation. Then, the ancient stone platform that Ghost Emperor Fengdu stomped down from the sky began to tremble. Then, it flew towards the terrifying figure on the sacred mountain. The corpse-like person stretched out his hand and took the ancient stone platform away. Everyone was stupefied. The sky connecting platform was taken away just like that. This was an extreme Tao holy artifact, so why didn't Ghost Emperor Fengdu want it and gave it to that person? What was the background of that person? Everyone was puzzled. Rumble! After putting away the sky-reaching platform, That person rode the sacred mountain and directly broke through the void. He once again entered the void chaos and disappeared without a trace. The reason why that person came seemed to be for the sky-reaching platform. This kind of person was extremely terrifying. With a wave of his hand, he could destroy a part of the world. The disappearance of the sacred mountain allowed everyone to finally heave a sigh of relief. The terrifying pressure that terrified even their souls had disappeared. Everyone felt as if they had been reborn. If Gu Fei was still here, he would definitely jump up in shock. That was because the sacred mountain that had suddenly shattered the void and crossed over was the sacred mountain of the god race of the Hell Realm. The appearance of the sky-reaching platform was destined to set off a super huge storm. Although the sky-reaching platform was taken away by a mysterious supreme expert, the current era's almighties had also disappeared. All the current era's almighties that entered the sky market had already rushed into the primal chaos passageway, wanting to enter the heavenly realm. Even many Shin King and immortal emperors had entered the heavenly path. The departure of the current era's almighties would definitely have an unimaginable impact on the forces that the almighties belonged to. The ton-long continent, which had never been in turmoil for thousands of years, gradually appeared. Most of the almighties of the ton-long continent had entered the primal chaos passageway. The power of the righteous path had inevitably been greatly weakened. Demons everywhere had begun to stir. On the ton-long continent, incidents of entire human villages being massacred began to appear. Boom! After everyone had left, a loud sound came from the sky market. A monstrous demonic aura swept up to the sky. Inside the demonic aura, an ancient temple was floating. Inside the ancient temple, there were 7 powerful demonic powers. The ancient Chaos 7 Buddhas and demons finally rushed out from the crumbling world behind the stone door. The ancient temple set off boundless demonic aura that enveloped heaven and earth. It rushed towards the west. In the blink of an eye, the majestic demonic aura disappeared into the horizon at an extremely fast speed. Chaos. The world was really going to be chaotic. With the departure of the almighties and the emergence of demons, some people felt that a great chaos was coming. All the major forces began to be cautious in order to deal with the upcoming great change. Heroes are born in troubled times. Whenever the strong rose together, there would inevitably be a series of wars. However, all of this seemed to have nothing to do with Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei was flying rapidly towards the end of the primal chaos passageway with the old turtle under the protection of the Tai Huang seal. Gradually, the aura of the heavenly realm in front of them began to grow stronger. Is the legendary heavenly realm really in front of us? Gu Fei muttered to himself. His expression changed several times, but his flying speed was not slow at all. However, the primal chaos passageway seemed to have no end. Gu Fei and He Tian flew in the primal chaos passageway at top speed for nearly an hour, but they could not see the end of it. What's going on? At this point, even the old turtle was a little bewildered. The aura in front of the primal chaos passageway was definitely an aura unique to the heavenly realm. However, this path to heaven was a little too long. Gu Fei and the old turtle's flying speed was definitely not slow. If they were outside, they would have flown thousands of miles in an hour. However, they still could not see the end of the primal chaos passageway. Just when the old turtle and Gu Fei felt that something was wrong, the entire primal chaos passageway suddenly shook. Then the primal chaos passageway behind them began to collapse. How could this be? The old turtle and Gu Fei were scared out of their wits. If the primal chaos passageway completely collapsed, they would be lost in the void even if their lives were not in danger. Getting lost in the void was definitely an extremely terrifying thing. It was possible that they would never be able to find the way out and would be drifting in the void forever. Roar! The old tortoise let out a roar, and his expression turned ugly. He kept driving the Tai sovereign seal to borrow its power, grabbed Gu Fei, and rushed forward with all his might. Behind him was the primal chaos passageway that was constantly collapsing. The old turtle's flying speed at least doubled. He could travel thousands of miles in one step, which was much faster than teleportation. The speed of the primal chaos passageway's collapse was actually not as fast as the old turtle's desperate flight. However, the old turtle could not increase the distance between them. The primal chaos passageway's collapse was too fast. Damn, who cut off the path to heaven? Isn't this harming people? The old turtle cursed. He did not know that the person who put him in danger was Ghost Emperor Fondue. We can't go on like this, Goofy said. Although using the extreme path holy weapon consumed a lot of vitality, the old turtle was still not an extreme path saint, even though he had surpassed the almighty realm. The Grand Sovereign Seal was like a bottomless pit that rapidly devoured the old turtle's vitality. In just a short while, the old turtle's face became pale. What else can I do? At this time, the old turtle had already cursed the 18 generations of ancestors of the guy who cut off the path to heaven. That person was really too abominable. After flying for nearly another hour, the old turtle began to feel unwell. The Grand Sovereign Seal continuously devoured his vitality, causing his face to become as pale as a sheet of paper. If it was not for the inner world that could replenish the devoured vitality, the old turtle would have been sucked dry by the Grand Sovereign Seal in less than half an hour. Only an extreme path saint could exert the greatest power of the extreme path holy weapon. Swoosh! A silhouette flashed in front of them. It was a reclusive almighty who was flying forward at an astonishing speed. However, Goofy and the others overtook the almighty in the blink of an eye and rushed to the front, rushing to reincarnate. Goofy and the others rushed past the reclusive supreme being and almost collided with him. At this moment, the collapsed primal chaos passageway spread out, and a terrifying power that caused one's heart to palpitate wreaked havoc. This is when the hidden almighty saw the collapse of the primal chaos passageway. He was scared out of his wits. Without a second thought, he turned around and fled. However, he only took a few steps before he screamed and was swallowed by the collapsed primal chaos passageway. The hidden almighty struggled in the primal chaos passageway for a while before his body collapsed and turned into a bloody mist that dissipated into nothingness. His body and soul were both destroyed. Goofy hurriedly turned around and saw this scene. He could not help but feel a chill down his spine. The destructive power of the primal chaos passageway's collapse was so terrifying that it could obliterate an almighty. This was something that Goofy could never have imagined. After flying for an unknown period of time, the old turtle's face was pale as if he was about to collapse. An extreme path holy weapon was not something that just anyone could use. Even the old turtle was struggling to resist. It's over, it's over. Just when the old turtle felt that he could not hold on any longer, a light suddenly appeared in front of them. The two were overjoyed. That's the entrance to the heavenly realm? The primal chaos passageway behind them was collapsing. They could not care less at this point. Even if they knew that it was hell in front of them, they had to jump. Swoosh! The old turtle carried Goofy and traveled thousands of miles with each step. The bright spot in front of them was rapidly enlarging. When Goofy approached it, they realized that what looked like a bright spot from afar was actually an exit with a radius of only 10 feet. A wave of world energy came from the front, making the old turtle and Goofy feel refreshed. The moment before the primal chaos passageway completely collapsed, the old turtle and Goofy rushed out of the primal chaos passageway and escaped the disaster. It was really dangerous. Charge, kill! The moment the old turtle and Goofy rushed out of the primal chaos passageway, they heard an earth-shattering battle cry. They saw a battlefield in front of them. Chapter 997. This was a shocking scene. Thousands of immortals and demonic soldiers were fighting. Both the sky and the ground were filled with human figures. Battle cries shook the heavens. The blood of the immortals and demons rained down from the sky. The ground was covered with broken heavenly weapons, broken demonic weapons, and the corpses of the immortals and demonic soldiers. It was a shocking scene. The place where Gu Fei and the others appeared was not far from the battlefield. It was less than 500 miles away. For the immortals, such a distance could be covered in the blink of an eye. The moment Gu Fei and the others appeared, the leader of the silver-armored heavenly soldiers and the leader of the demons noticed them immediately. However, no one paid attention to them. Everyone was busy fighting. Swoosh! An expert of the human tribe wielding a sword slashed out. The sword radiance soared up to 1,000 feet and split a demonic soldier and the demonic beast that the demonic soldier was riding into half. Demonic blood splattered everywhere. There was a demon with 4 arms. His demonic chi was monstrous, and he tore a human expert into 4 pieces with his bare hands. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and the scene was extremely bloody. This was a great battle between the human tribe cultivators and the demons. The battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. The fierce evil chi soared up to the sky. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was shaking. The immortals of the human tribe and the demons and demonic soldiers were fighting to the death. Other experts rushed over from afar and joined the battle. Boom! Someone used a terrifying relic weapon. A purple jade mountain fell from the sky and pressed down. The hundreds of demonic soldiers below turned into black blood mist. Their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. Emperor Divine Weapon. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. The energy ripples coming from the amethyst mountain were so powerful that they nearly shattered the surrounding space. However, the void of heaven and earth in this world seemed to be very stable and firm. Even an emperor's divine weapon could only shake a part of the void. It couldn't penetrate the void of heaven and earth like it did in the tongue-long continent. Swoosh! A pitch-black saber light that emitted a heart-palpitating demonic aura rose from the demon weapon into the sky and collided violently with the purple jade mountain that was pressing down. The saber light was like the light of death, directly splitting the heavens and the earth. A terrifying demonic power spread from the saber light, with a fluctuation that caused all living things to tremble. Emperor Demonic Weapon, I didn't expect such a demon to be in action. Seeing this, Old Tortoise's expression became a little solemn. This was definitely not an encounter. Perhaps the humans were fighting against the demons. The heaven realm didn't seem to be peaceful either. There were also battles going on. Compared to the tongue-long continent, the battles here were much more intense and cruel. This was because almost all the people who participated in the battles were in the immortal realm. Boom! The purple jade mountain collided with the pitch-black demonic saber. It was a battle between an emperor divine weapon and a demonic emperor weapon. The entire world shook violently, and a terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions from the point of impact. More than a dozen demon soldiers and silver-armored heavenly soldiers nearby were sent flying. Several demon soldiers and immortal soldiers were directly turned into a cloud of blood mist in the air. The battle was cruel. Both the immortal soldiers and the demon soldiers had to die. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. Thousands of cultivators were fighting against the demons. There were figures in the sky and on the ground. The immortal soldiers of the human tribe were wearing silver armor. Under the leadership of a middle-aged immortal general, they were fighting against the demons endlessly. All kinds of celestial weapons emitted divine light, illuminating the entire world with various colors. The powerful Dharma power and divine power fluctuations were frightening. Such a scene was simply too unbelievable. Gu Fei was dumbfounded by what he saw. However, Old Tortoise didn't show any surprise or shock. The passage of chaos behind them disappeared into the void. Those who had entered the primal chaos channel before Gu Fei and the others were nowhere to be found. No one interfered in the battle in the distance. The first thing one had to do after entering a foreign land was to find out where they were. These guys seemed to be very similar to that person's silver-armored soldiers. Old Tortoise seemed to have thought of something. The human cultivators who were fighting against the demons were all wearing silver armor. Each of them was as powerful and terrifying as a heavenly soldier. Gu Fei discovered that these silver-armored heavenly soldiers were generally at the immortal realm. The middle-aged immortal general leading them was even a Shen king who had reached the phenomenal success realm. He was a terrifying war emperor who was holding a black iron saber. He was fighting against a demon general with a single horn on his head and a body full of scales. The saber light soared into the sky and tore the void apart. The war emperor was able to force the demon general to the point where he couldn't fight back. Pitch-black demon blood splattered from time to time wherever the saber light passed. The demon general was already covered in wounds, but he was still extremely ferocious. The single horn on his head shot out beams of demonic light that pierced through the war emperor. The aftermath of the battle between the two powerhouses affected the battlefield below from time to time. Humans and demons fell from the sky from time to time. There were actually 4 celestial being realm emperors fighting on the battlefield. It was really shocking. In the Tonglong continent, such a scene would only appear in times of chaos. The purple jade mountain and the demon saber clashed continuously. An old Taoist was fighting against a demon with a tiger head and a wolf head. They were fighting fiercely without holding anything back. The purple qi was vast and mighty, and the demonic qi swept up as high as 3,000 zhang. The void shook and the earth quaked. However, Gu Fei discovered that the void here was really too stable. Even the celestial being realm emperors who were using their emperor divine weapons to attack with all their strength could not even cause a crack in the void. Even the celestial being realm emperors could not break the void here. Could this really be the legendary heaven realm? Boy, let's go and have some fun. Old Tortoise suddenly said. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was a young monk who was sneakily rushing into the distance. That guy? Old Tortoise's eyes immediately turned red at the sight of the little Baldy. Without a word, he directly chased after him. Gu Fei could not stop him and couldn't help but be angry. He was unfamiliar with this place. With Old Tortoise by his side, there would definitely be no problem for him to be safe. Old Tortoise had the Great Emperor Seal, an extreme, holy weapon. Even if this was really the heaven realm, Old Tortoise could still move unhindered. Gu Fei chased after him for a few steps, and Old Tortoise disappeared at the end of the horizon. This guy, Gu Fei, was speechless. Old Tortoise actually abandoned him to chase after the little Baldy alone. How did the little Baldy appear in this place? The Skyfall platform broke through the legendary path to heaven. But Gu Fei did not see the little Baldy enter the path of chaos from beginning to end. Could it be that the little Baldy used some kind of secret method to hide from everyone's eyes and ears and entered the path of chaos without anyone noticing and came to this world? Gu Fei thought about it and realized that this was the only possibility. The little Baldy was really resourceful. Swoosh! Gu Fei opened his inner world and released Xiaoqing, Balon, Hei Tian, and the little fatty. As soon as everyone came out, they were attracted by the battlefield in front of them. Just as Gu Fei expected, they were all stunned. It was a great war between the immortals and demons. It can't be. How could there be a great war between the immortals and demons at this time? Hei Tian was extremely shocked. He knew many secrets of heaven and earth, which was why he was so shocked. The Tonglong continent is in chaos, and this place is also in chaos. Could it be that chaos is coming again? Hei Tian muttered to himself. Martial ancestor, this is... The little fatty's cultivation was the weakest, but during this period of time in Gu Fei's inner world, he became familiar with the undying skeleton clan and obtained many benefits. He even soaked in the divine spring every day, and his cultivation actually broke through to the demigod realm. Big brother, where is my master? I sensed his aura. After coming out, Xiaoqing looked around and asked Gu Fei, Don't say any more. That old tortoise is really unreliable. He left me here alone and went to chase after that little baldy. Gu Fei was very unhappy. This Shaoqing was speechless. His master was really unreliable. After imparting him the cultivation method, he left him to cultivate alone. He didn't even think of giving him pointers. It had to be said that Shaoqing was really talented. Although the old tortoise imparted all kinds of demon clan cultivation methods to him, his current cultivation and strength were the result of his own hard work. We have come to the heaven realm. Even Baron, who never showed any emotions on his face, was moved. I don't know. I need to ask someone, but now. I want to kill people. No, I want to kill demons. The blood and qi in Gu Fei's body surged, and a cold, murderous aura spread from his body. Demons are the public enemy of the world. Since we have met, let's kill them. At this moment, He Tian's ruffian aura disappeared, and he seemed to have become a different person. Martial ancestor. The little fatty almost jumped up from the ground when he heard this. How could he step forward in such a big battle? Even 100 of him would not be enough to kill him. Gu Fei glanced at the little fatty. It seemed like letting this guy out was unnecessary. Then he directly opened his inner world and threw his disciple into it. Kill. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and rushed into the battlefield in front of him. He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balan also took out their mighty holy weapons and rushed forward. The sudden appearance of the 3 mighty holy weapons shocked the whole battlefield. The silver-armored heavenly soldiers and the demons were extremely shocked. The aura of the mighty holy weapons made everyone tremble in fear. Boom! A ball of sun-like divine light rushed out from the top of Baron's head. It was as if a small sun had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The terrifying divine power of the sun rained down, and more than a dozen demon soldiers below were instantly turned into flying ashes. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. This is Chapter 998. Bam! A golden pagoda appeared in the sky above the battlefield. An extremely terrifying pressure descended from the top of the pagoda. Then a golden whirlpool appeared at the bottom of the pagoda, swallowing dozens of demon soldiers below. The metal elemental divine power was mighty. The demon soldiers that were swallowed by the pagoda were instantly obliterated and turned into ashes. Nothing was left. Seeing that the newcomer was attacking the demons, the god general in silver armor heaved a sigh of relief. However, the demons were shocked. At this moment, a huge star suddenly appeared in the sky. It was strange for a star to suddenly appear in broad daylight. Moreover, the huge star was falling from the sky. Rumble! The heavens and the earth shook. A star with boundless star power descended from the sky. The powerful energy waves seemed to be able to crush the world. It was extremely terrifying. What? This time, even the god general's expression changed. The immortals and demons on the battlefield were stunned. The star was falling. Everyone on the battlefield could be crushed into dust by this huge star. Swoosh! Just when both sides were extremely shocked, the huge star that was rapidly descending from the sky suddenly stopped in the sky above the battlefield. Then, rays of starlight poured down like a waterfall. Everyone retreated in panic. The falling starlight was like a huge dragon. In an instant, almost 100 demon soldiers were swept up into the sky. Then, they were minced into clouds of pitch-black blood mist. Broken bones and demon blood fell from the sky. It was as if it was raining demon blood. Another almighty saint weapon. The demon general, who wielded the peerless demon blade, forced Xiang back with a single slash. He raised his head in shock and looked at the star in the sky. To refine a star into a holy weapon, this kind of method could only be done by those who had reached the great accomplishment stage. Balan, He Tian, and Shaoqing attacked one after another. The power of the mighty holy weapon completely stunned everyone on the battlefield. The immortals and gods were surprised and delighted. On the other hand, the demons were in danger. Kill! A furious roar sounded out on the battlefield as a terrifying figure, giving off yin and yang qi, rampaged through the battlefield. Everywhere it passed, demonic blood splattered. Not a single demon soldier could block a single attack from that person. Who are you people? Don't you know the consequences of going against the 100,000 Devil Mountains? The Devil General, holding the peerless devil blade, roared. If you want to fight, let's fight. What's with all this talk? Gu Fei was like an ancient god of war descending from the heavens. His strength was unparalleled. His fists continuously smashed the devil soldiers into pieces, destroying their bodies and souls. He didn't care about the 100,000 Devil Mountains at all. It was not that he disdained the 100,000 Devil Mountains, but he simply did not know who the other party was. Moreover, the devils were the public enemy of the world. No matter what, Gu Fei could be considered as a righteous person. Exterminating the devils was his duty. Damn it! I'll kill you! The Devil General roared in rage, his voice shaking the skies. Just as he was about to take a step forward and attack Gu Fei, Taoist Xiang rushed over and intercepted the Devil General. Roar! Old man Xiang, I, Cho Tian, will definitely kill my way to the Purple Sun, Holy Land, and destroy your orthodoxy, erasing your name from the world. The Demon King, Cho Tian, roared angrily and directly slashed at the Taoist in front of him. Humph! I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Taoist Xiang said coldly. Then the purple jade mountain floating above his head flew up and directly smashed forward, meeting the Demon King, Cho Tian's blade. Bam! There was a loud tremor as the purple jade mountain and the peerless devil blade collided violently. The void trembled and a transparent circle of ripples spread out. Taoist Xiang was sent flying backward. The Demon King, Cho Tian, did not have it easy either. His body trembled violently as he continuously retreated 7 or 8 steps. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble. The clash between the two great emperors seemed to be evenly matched. No one dared to go near the battlefield of the two emperors. It was too easy for existences of this level to kill immortals and devil soldiers. In front of the emperors, immortals and gods were like ants. Kill! Kill! Taoist Xiang and the Demon King, Cho Tian, shouted at the same time and rushed forward again. The battle was so fierce that heaven and earth trembled and the earth cracked. There were mountains constantly collapsing and dust rising high into the sky. The two great emperors did not say anything unnecessary. This was a situation where they would not rest until one side was dead. After Gu Fei and the others made their move, the balance on the battlefield was immediately broken by them. Under the power of the 3 great holy weapons, there was not a single devil soldier who had the ability to fight against them. The ferocious and terrifying demon soldiers, shrouded in demon chi, were constantly being reaped by the holy weapons of the 3 almighty beings. Little Qing and the others did not hold back. Under the joint attack of the almighty beings, the demon soldiers fell one by one. As for Gu Fei, he dashed left and right on the battlefield. The devil soldiers he met were all killed with one punch. His physical body was far stronger than the King Divine weapon and could fight against the Emperor Divine weapon. Even if these devil soldiers hit him with their weapons, they could not hurt Gu Fei at all. Roar! Seeing this, another devil general wanted to rush forward to fight against Gu Fei. However, he was stopped by the silver-armored divine general with a divine saber. The battle did not end. The situation was developing in a one-sided direction. The human clan had completely gained the upper hand and controlled the rhythm of the battlefield. They gradually forced the devil soldiers to one place from all directions and then besieged them. The silver-armored divine soldier smashed out silver divine spears one after another. Devil soldiers were constantly nailed to the ground by the divine spears. The outcome was already decided. The divine general was extremely powerful. His divine saber cut through the sky and split the heaven and earth. The saber light was so bright that it was brighter than the sun in the sky. The devil general who was fighting against him kept retreating. The devil light that shot out from his horn pierced through the void and swept towards the divine general. However, they were all destroyed in the void by the divine general with a divine saber. Clang! In the end, the divine general instantly came to the front of the devil general and slashed the horn on the head of the devil general. The sound of metal colliding resounded throughout the battlefield. Roar! The demon general roared as the horn on his head was chopped off by the divine general. His body, which was more than 6 meters tall, was stomped by the divine general, and his sternum caved in as he was sent flying. Swoosh! Wherever the saber light passed, the devil general who was kicked away by the divine general was immediately chopped into 2 halves. Even his devil soul was crushed by the saber light. He was directly killed. Damn it! Cho Tian, who was fighting with Xiong, could not help but be furious when he saw this scene. The devil general who was killed by the divine general was his right-hand man. Seeing that the situation was hopeless and that the divine general who killed his man was approaching him, the demon king Cho Tian did not hesitate. He directly turned into a ball of devil chi and rushed into the sky, escaping into the distance. Cho Tian did not care about the life and death of the other devil soldiers and escaped alone. Although Xiong tried to stop him and used the purple jade mountain to seal the void, displaying the power of the Emperor Divine weapon, Cho Tian's peerless demonic saber was also an Emperor Divine weapon. He used the demonic saber to break the power of the imprisonment and rushed out. Want to escape? Eat my saber first. The divine general was extremely domineering. He took a step forward, and the divine saber in his hand turned into a dazzling divine light. It soared thousands of feet into the sky and chased after the ball of devil chi in front of him. The saber light was like lightning, and the saber chi was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. In an instant, the saber light caught up with the flying ball of devil chi and directly cut into the depths of the devil chi. Clang! Within the devil chi, a peerless demonic saber flew out and blocked the saber light from the divine general. Then, the ball of devil chi completely disappeared into the sky. That devil! The divine general was very unhappy that Cho Tian had escaped. If he could kill Cho Tian, it would be a great merit. When he returned, he would definitely be rewarded by Emperor Xian. Kill all these devil bastards for me. The divine general roared angrily. His voice traveled thousands of miles, and his murderous intent soared into the sky. It was as if an ancient god of death had descended, causing all the demonic soldiers below to tremble in fear and almost lose the ability to resist. The group of silver-armored heavenly soldiers responded. One by one, divine spears flew into the sky and pierced through the demonic soldiers who were trapped in the center. Every divine spear was a refined fairy weapon. There were runes circling around it, and it could nail the demonic soldiers to death. At this time, Shaoqing, Balon, and Heitian had all put away their divine weapons. The outcome was decided, and there was no need for them to do anything. Gu Fei, on the other hand, was still fighting. He was facing a powerful devil. This was a devil with 3 demonic eyes. The demonic eye at the center of his brows was extremely terrifying. It could shoot out a demonic light that could destroy everything. Gu Fei still did not use his divine weapon. He directly used his physical body to fight the demonic person. His fists shook the void, and the demonic light that pierced through the demonic eye of the demonic person dissipated. Such a powerful body caused the devil cultivator to be incomparably shocked. The outcome was decided. The demonic person knew that he had lost the upper hand. There were 2 martial emperors in the sky who had used their divine powers to suppress the surroundings. At this time, there was no way for him to escape. Since he could not escape, he would fight to his heart's content. The demonic person was furious. The chaotic demonic light that pierced through the demonic eye became even stronger and swept in all directions. The silver-armored heavenly soldiers nearby were swept by the chaotic demonic light and turned into a pile of ashes in an instant. Nothing was left behind. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated far away, creating an empty space. How is this possible? The battle between Gu Fei and the demonic person had also attracted the attention of the divine general and Ziyang. Gu Fei was too eye-catching. It was impossible not to notice him. A pair of fists shattered the chaotic demonic light and forced the demonic person to retreat. Is it a human martial body? Is he a descendant of the martial progenitor? Ziyang and the divine general came from two powerful forces, so they were naturally knowledgeable. However, the martial body of the human race had already disappeared for countless years. The legacy of the martial progenitor had already been severed. How could someone obtain the legacy of the martial progenitor? However, Gu Fei's body that was as strong as a martial king could not lie. It was the true strength of his body. There were no ripples of divine force or immortal force. Gu Fei was able to fight against a powerful demonic person with just a pair of fists. His strength was frightening. The Demon Forbidden Zone. Chapter 999. The Black Demon Forbidden Domain was a terrifying devil path divine ability. It could swallow a person into a void created by a devil cultivator. In this void, the devil cultivator would be the ruler of everything. The instant Gu Fei was devoured by the Black Demon Forbidden Zone, all he could see was boundless darkness. It was as if he had entered a dark void that had no end or sky. It was a feeling of being exiled in the void, unable to come into contact with anything. Rumble! Suddenly, this dark void trembled, and a huge demon shadow appeared in front of Gu Fei. This demon shadow was the demon that Gu Fei was fighting against. The demon shadow was incomparably huge, like a mountain, standing in front of Gu Fei, giving people a strong sense of oppression, causing Gu Fei's heart to shiver. Devil Path Divine Ability? Gu Fei looked at the demon shadow in front of him, and his pupils shrank. Such a demon shadow looked terrifying, but in front of Gu Fei, it was still not enough. One must know that Gu Fei had even seen a true demon, let alone a demon shadow. You can die now. No one has ever walked out of my black devil forbidden domain, the demon shadow said, and a huge voice echoed in this void, causing Gu Fei's ears to buzz. Is that so? Then I will be an exception and the only exception. You won't have the chance to use this devil path divine ability again, Gu Fei said coldly. You're courting death. The demon was obviously infuriated, and the huge demon shadow directly stretched out its right hand, slapping towards Gu Fei in front of it. Endless demon power surged, and that demon palm could shatter the heaven and earth, as if it could pierce through thousands of worlds. Humph! It only has the form, but not the reality. It's just a facade. Gu Fei sneered, and then directly blasted his fist upwards, directly meeting the demon palm that slapped down. Boom! The heaven and earth shook, and an unbelievable thing happened. Gu Fei's small fist actually blocked the mountain-like demon palm. What? The great demon was shocked, and his voice was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe what he saw, that this human could actually resist his divine ability. Bang! Gu Fei's right fist that blocked the demon palm suddenly shook, and a monstrous divine power suddenly erupted. The mountain-like demon palm was shaken away and then dissipated in the void. Roar! How is this possible? The giant demon roared, and the terrible demon roared in this part of the void. The entire void was shaking violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Why is it impossible? I can defeat the heavens with my strength. How could it be that I can't break your little forbidden zone? He directly broke the seal of this part of the void with brute force and rushed to the front of the great demon of the mountain. He used brute force to break through the seal of the void and rushed in front of the great demon's mountain-like head. The great demon revealed a pained expression. It actually looked like a real great demon and not an illusion. Roar! I'll eat you! That grand demon roared out in rage. He then opened his mouth and swallowed Gu Fei, who was before him. He then channeled the power of the demonic Tao in this area, wanting to refine Gu Fei, who had been swallowed into his stomach. Rumble! The entire pitch-black void was shrinking rapidly as endless demonic power gathered from all directions. However, the great demon soon felt that he was in big trouble. Gu Fei, who had been swallowed into his stomach, showed no signs of being refined. Not only that, but this human's aura was also gradually increasing. How can his body be so strong? Could it be the great demon seemed to have thought of something terrifying and panicked? He wanted to spit out Gu Fei, who had been swallowed into his stomach. However, at this time, Gu Fei did not want to come out. Endless demonic energy surged in the great demon's stomach. Rays of demonic power formed absolute killing lights that pierced towards him. Wave after wave of terrifying destructive power surged towards him from all directions, wanting to completely refine and obliterate him. Endless divine light rushed out of Gu Fei's body. Yin and yang essence intertwined, and there was a trace of the power of the great path flowing around him. The absolute killing lights that pierced through him could not get close to him. The destructive energy that was surging out from all directions was also blocked. Bang! Gu Fei directly punched. The powerful divine power shook the void and almost burst the great demon's stomach. This made the arrogant, great demon curl up like a prawn. Ah! The great demon roared in pain. It seemed that this punch had directly hit the body of the demon dweller who had used this kind of demonic power. Bang! Gu Fei punched out once more, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently as though it was about to shatter. This time around, the great devil did not cry out because he could no longer do so. Sure enough, it's all bark and no bite. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly punched with all his strength. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as devil chi surged. That gigantic devil that was as huge as a mountain was actually blasted apart by him. Boundless devil chi wreaked havoc, causing the void in this area to collapse. The aura of the outside world surged in. The demon dweller's body fell from the sky in pieces. The black demon forbidden area was broken, and the demon dweller's body and soul were also destroyed. Good. A cheer sounded, and the endless demon chi quickly dissipated. Two figures walked over from afar. Gu Fei fixed his eyes on these two people. One was the divine general who killed a demon general, and the other was the old Taoist Xiang who used a purple jade mountain to fight against the demon king Cho Tian. These two people were both emperors of the celestial being realm. They were both great figures who had broken through the fifth heaven of the celestial being realm. Such figures could definitely dominate a part of the Tonglong continent. At this time, Gu Fei found that there were no silver-armored heavenly soldiers around. The battle had already ended. Only Shaoqing, Balan, and He Tian were waiting. All the demons had already been killed. The battlefield was drenched in blood. The corpses of the heavenly soldiers and the demons were lying everywhere. The bright red blood of the celestial being and the pitch-black blood of the demons mingled on the ground. The power of the demons and gods flowed on it. Little brother, good skills. Are you interested in joining my Black Heaven Holy Land? The divine general stepped forward and wanted to recruit Gu Fei. Hee, Brother Tian Xiong, you are too impatient. Ziyang walked over. The current him had the air of an immortal. There was no killing intent at all. It was hard to imagine that this was the expert who fought the demon king Cho Tian. The divine general called Tian Xiong glared and said unhappily, "What? Does your purple sun, Holy Land, also want to recruit little brother?" His meaning was very clear. That was, don't fight with me. That is indeed my intention. With your talent, you are definitely qualified to be a disciple of our sect master, Ziyang said leisurely. His words stunned divine General Tian Xiong. The sect master of the Purple Sun Holy Land was a celestial Dharch. Celestial Dharch Ziyang was in existence on the same level as the mysterious heaven Holy Land's primordial Empress Yen. Divine General Tian Xiong had never imagined that Ziyang would offer such good conditions. Becoming a disciple of a celestial Dharch was enough to make countless cultivators green with envy. Just as Divine General Tian Xiong was about to say something, Gu Fei spoke up. Seniors, Taoist Ziyang and Heavenly General Tian Xiong both turned to look at Gu Fei. When they saw Gu Fei's battle prowess, their hearts were aroused and they wanted to recruit him. Moreover, it was very likely that Gu Fei had obtained the martial ancestor's inheritance. If that was really the case, his future would be limitless. If he could grow up, there would probably be a second martial ancestor in the world. Seniors, please forgive me. I would like to ask, where is this place? Is this the legendary heavenly realm? Gu Fei asked. This Heavenly General Tian Xiong and old Taoist Yang couldn't help but be startled, and then they looked at each other in shock. Could it be that these fellows came from the lower realms? How was that possible? Over the years, no one had been able to ascend to the heavenly realm. Some people said that the world had changed and people from the lower realm could no longer cultivate to become immortals. The immortal receiving pavilions in the heavenly realm had long been abandoned. You came from the lower realm? Divine General Tian Xiong's voice trembled as he stared at Gu Fei in disbelief. His eyes flickered as if he wanted to see into Gu Fei's heart. Ziyang was sizing up Gu Fei when he suddenly said, "The aura on your body is a little strange. It has the aura of another world. The few of you are the same. None of you are from the heavenly realm." The old Taoist's gaze shifted to Shaoqing, Balan, and He Tian. When he saw He Tian, his eyes bulged. You, this, the old Taoist pointed at He Tian as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. What, do you know me? Erebus grinned and said in a very harmless manner, No, how could I know you? Too similar. That person can't still be alive. Ziyang mumbled to himself. When he first saw He Tian, his shock was no small matter. However, he quickly calmed down. That person had fallen countless years ago. How could he still appear in this world? Thinking of this, Ziyang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh at himself. As for Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and the others, they couldn't help but look at each other. They knew a little about He Tian, so they couldn't help but feel a little strange. He Tian was a ruffian skeleton from the Naraka realm. He had successfully used the power of the dragon essence and phoenix marrow to regenerate his flesh and blood. Could it be that this guy was an extraordinary person when he was alive? This He Tian really had a lot of secrets. When Divine General Tian Xiong saw Ziyang lose his composure when he saw He Tian, he couldn't help but frown. He looked at He Tian in a different light. This really is the heavenly realm. After talking with Ziyang and Divine General Tian Xiong, Gu Fei finally believed that they had really come to the heavenly realm. The legendary heavenly realm didn't seem to be very peaceful. Gu Fei didn't plan to join any faction. After understanding the situation in the heavenly realm, he bid farewell to Divine General Tian Xiong and Ziyang and headed to a nearby town with Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balan. The little fatty was also released by Gu Fei. It had to be said that the little fatty's luck was better than anyone else's. He actually came to the heavenly realm in such a muddle-headed manner. It should be known that countless people in the Tonglong continent had used all sorts of methods, but they still couldn't open the heavenly road and enter the heavenly realm. Chapter 1000. As the sun set, Gu Fei and the others followed the directions given by Heavenly General Tian Xiong and Taoist Ziyang to a town. The town wasn't big, but it had a tall city wall. The city wall was built with large pieces of bluestone. Each bluestone weighed at least 10,000 jin. This was the strongest city wall Gu Fei had ever seen. Of course, this was referring to ordinary cities in the mortal world. There were also mortals in the heaven realm. According to the legends, not everyone in the heaven realm was an immortal. Mortals without any cultivation made up the majority. There were a few superpowers in the heaven realm. It was completely different from the Tunglong continent. There were no dynasties or countries in the heaven realm. There were only complicated powers. Heavenly General Tian Xiong came from a superpower in the heaven realm. That superpower was called the mysterious Heaven Holy Land. There was an Emperor Xian named Yuan Gu Emperor Xian. As for Dao Xiang, he came from another superpower, the Purple Sun Holy Land. Other than these two superpowers, there was also the origin of the demons, the 100,000 Devil Mountains. According to the legends, that was the origin of the demons in the heaven realm. It had a long history that could be traced back to the beginning of the world. The 100,000 Devil Mountains was the source of chaos in the heaven realm. Over the years, terrifying demons were born in the 100,000 Devil Mountains. Then, they killed their way out of the 100,000 Devil Mountains and wreaked havoc in the heaven realm. In the evening, people came back one after another. The city gate became lively, and more people came in and out. The roars of wild beasts could be heard in the forest outside the city. Some wild beasts like to hunt at night. Therefore, people in the city rarely left the city at night. Gu Fei and the others didn't fly into the city. Instead, they landed a few li away from the city and walked towards the city. There were many more cultivators in the heaven realm than in the mortal world. The entire heaven realm was under the rule of cultivators. Each of the major forces had their own territory. Although it was not a kingdom, it was still an independent kingdom. Therefore, the relationship between mortals and cultivators wasn't as strange as it was in the mortal world. Every superpower had a large population. A large population was the foundation of each superpower. Every major force would search for children suitable for cultivation within their own sphere of influence, and then take them in as disciples to inherit their lineage of orthodoxy. However, flying into the city under the watchful eyes of so many people was still a little shocking. Gu Fei did not want to cause any unnecessary commotion. For these mortals, the arrival of a cultivator in their town was definitely a big deal. Luoyi West City. This name is not bad. When Gu Fei and the others arrived at the city gate, they saw that there was a horizontal board above the city gate. On the board, there were 3 big words written in calligraphy. These words were very ancient. In the Tunglong continent, these ancient words could only be seen in ancient books. From time to time, one could see strong hunters carrying their prey from outside the city. The people here were very tough, and everyone they saw carried weapons. Gu Fei and the others walked into the city and saw that lanterns had been hung on both sides of the street. There were many peddlers walking among them, and many people pacing back and forth between the shops on both sides of the street. A few well-dressed young people were even loitering in some of the stalls. Outside of Luoyua City was a mountain forest. To reach another city, one had to pass through these mountains and forests. Even if one walked on the main street, there were dense forests on both sides of the main street. There were countless ferocious beasts roaming the mountains and forests. Living in such an environment, it would be strange if the people here were not tough. Along the way, Gu Fei found that most of the people in the city were suitable for cultivation. Some of them were very talented. Compared to the mortal world, the physiques of the people here were very good. However, after thinking about it, Gu Fei understood. The weak were prey to the strong. In this place, it was very difficult for the weak to survive. Only the strong could survive. Those with good physiques naturally had a much higher chance of survival than the weak. Gu Fei and the others found an inn, and each of them asked for a guest room. They cultivated in the guest room. They wanted to attract the essence of heaven and earth to cleanse their bodies of the mortal world's aura. A long time ago, as long as there were cultivators who ascended from the lower realm, they would cultivate in the Xian receiving pavilions for a few days to cleanse themselves of the mortal world's aura and be completely reborn. After the great change of heaven and earth, there were no more cultivators who ascended from the lower realm. The Xian, receiving pavilions in various parts of the heaven realm, gradually fell into disuse. Gu Fei and the others did not want to meet cultivators who recognized that they were not from this world. Therefore, they planned to first get rid of the aura of the mortal world. The little fatty slipped out. Gu Fei scanned the entire Luoyua city with his divine sense and found that there were no powerful cultivators in the city. There was only the aura of an extreme-level cultivator in the city, Lord's Mansion. However, among these cultivators, the strongest one was only at the 8th or 9th level of the void controlling realm. He was not a threat to the little fatty at all. The little fatty was also bored to death in Gu Fei's inner world. He found a gap and slipped out. Gu Fei did not care about him. This little fatty was more shrewd than a ghost. The fact that he could leave home and come to the eastern region from the western region of the Tonglong continent alone showed how capable he was. The essence of heaven and earth in the heaven realm was really thick. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the bed. With a thought, the essence of heaven and earth immediately gathered towards him. He guided the essence of heaven and earth to enter his body and gradually cleanse himself of the mortal world's aura. Shaoqing, Heitian, and Balan were also cultivating. They did not want to attract other people's attention. They were very careful. This was the heaven realm. Who knew if the heaven realm was a world where mighty figures were lowly and immortals were as lowly as dogs? Time disappeared and the city gradually calmed down. The residents of the city gradually went to rest. A bright moon rose and hung high in the sky outside the window. From time to time, a cool breeze blew in from the window. The breeze ruffled Gu Fei's hair. Gu Fei's cultivation was higher than Shaoqing and the others by one heaven realm. In the middle of the night, he was the first to wake up from his meditation. Then he got off the bed and went to the window. The hazy moonlight sprinkled down from the sky. The moon here seemed to be no different from the moon in the mortal world. However, this was the heaven realm. It was the holy land that all the cultivators in the mortal world yearned for. But in Gu Fei's eyes, this holy land was no different. However, although the power of heaven and earth here was very stable, it could be easily guided by cultivators. Cultivating in the heaven realm would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. Gu Fei looked up at the moon. As his thoughts drifted, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The surroundings were too quiet. There was not a single sound. Not even the barking of a dog could be heard. What's going on? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. This city was a bit unusual. Gu Fei released his divine sense and scanned the entire city. Then he was shocked again. Everyone in the city was actually sleeping soundly. This was simply impossible. What the hell is going on? Gu Fei jumped out of the window and flew into the sky. He flew above the city and looked down. He saw that the streets and houses were silent. This absolute silence made Gu Fei feel a strong pressure. From the mountains and forests outside the city, the roars of wild beasts could be heard from time to time. However, not a single sound could be heard in the city. It was too strange. Swish! 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 Shadows flashed. Heitian, Shaoqing, and Balan all appeared beside Gu Fei. At this time, they had finally washed away the aura of the mortal world. They were all shocked and confused. They didn't know what was going on. Big brother, how did the city become like this? Little Qing asked. At this time, it was late at night. However, even in the middle of the night, the entire city would not be so quiet. Suddenly, Gu Fei sensed something and turned around to look at the bright moon in the sky. That is, at the moment when he turned around, Gu Fei vaguely saw a blurry figure disappear into the bright moon. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. They didn't sense any powerful cultivator's aura, nor were there any demonic creatures causing trouble. However, the entire city's people and even the animals were in a deep sleep. This city seemed to have some kind of power that caused everyone in the city, including the animals, to fall into a deep sleep. At this time, Even if they were cut into pieces, they wouldn't feel anything, much less wake up. Everyone looked at He Tian. This guy had a mysterious origin. When Taoist Ziyang saw his appearance, he was almost scared to death. This guy might know something. "Why are you all looking at me?" He Tian asked. "You don't know?" Xiaoqing asked. He Tian was the most untrustworthy person. Mahakala was confused. He asked, "What do I know?" "Forget it." Gu Fei sensed that the people in the city were only in a deep sleep. There was no danger, so he flew down from the sky and entered the inn. Xiaoqing, Balon, and He Tian also returned to the inn. A snoring sound came from the little fatty's room. Even a demigod like the little fatty was in a deep sleep. This shocked Gu Fei and the others. Only those in the mortal realm and above would be unaffected. Just what kind of power was causing this mischief? Gu Fei didn't know. Xiaoqing, Balon, and He Tian didn't know either. However, no one knew whether He Tian was playing dumb or not. Gu Fei returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed. Although he was meditating, he released a strand of divine sense to pay attention to the outside world. This fallen moon city was too strange. He didn't dare to take it lightly. However, it was strange. At daybreak, the people in the city woke up from their deep sleep and began a new day of life. Gu Fei couldn't understand why the people in the city would all fall into a deep sleep at night. When they woke up the next day, it seemed like nothing had happened. What kind of city was this? Gu Fei and the others went to the second floor of the inn and sat by the window facing the street. They ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine and ate like mortals. They carefully paid attention to the conversations of the people inside. But strangely, in these people's conversations, it seemed that no one talked about what happened at night. Could it be that no one noticed anything strange at night? Chapter 1001. This person, Gu Fei's pupils, shrank the moment he saw the blue-robed scholar. He sensed a powerful, yet obscure aura from the other party. It was obvious that this scholar was an expert. In fact, he was even an expert who was not weaker than him. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. At this time, the other party also noticed Gu Fei's group. Then the young scholar revealed an obvious look of astonishment. He could tell that Gu Fei's group was not ordinary, so he was very surprised. The scholar paused at the top of the stairs for a while, then walked directly towards Gu Fei's group. "Brothers, may I have a seat?" The young scholar's face was like jade. He was definitely a lady killer and could definitely charm thousands of girls. "Sit if you want." Gu Fei glanced at the young scholar and said expressionlessly, "Hee, thank you very much." The young scholar sat down at the table where Gu Fei's group was seated. Then he called the bartender over and ordered another set of chopsticks and bowls. Ever since he became an immortal, Gu Fei had completely lost interest in the food of the mortal world. At his cultivation level, it didn't matter whether he ate or not. No one had ever seen an immortal starve to death. This young scholar was quite interesting. Since no one invited him, he just poured himself a cup and drank by himself, sweeping away all the food and wine in front of Gu Fei and the others like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds and entering his stomach. Gu Fei looked at the young scholar calmly and didn't say anything. When Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balon saw that Gu Fei didn't say anything, they also endured it. They wanted to see what this guy wanted and what his purpose was. "I am Chu Luqing. May I know how to address you?" After the young scholar ate and drank to his heart's content, he cupped his hands and asked Gu Fei's group, "Your surname is Chu?" Erebus could not help but frown. "My surname is Chu. Could it be that this brother has heard of my name before?" The young scholar, Chu Luqing, said in a complacent manner, "Fei my ass." He Tian cursed in his heart, but said, "You look very similar to a bastard I know. Who is Chu Liuxiang to you?" "Chu Liuxiang? That's my ancestor. I didn't expect you to know of my ancestor's fame. It's really rare." Chu Luqing was delighted. "Mother ***, you're actually the descendant of that perverted Chu." No wonder I wanted to beat you up the moment I saw you. He Tian glared at him and said. Hearing that, the smile on Chu Luqing's face froze. This, brother, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. My ancestor was a Casanova in ancient times. He's not the perverted Chu that you're talking about. If I say that he's a perverted Chu, then he's a perverted Chu. Is he dead? If he's not dead, tell him to wash his neck and wait for me to chop it off. He Tian said angrily. He seemed to have a deep hatred for Chu Liuxiang. Hey, you're slandering my ancestor's reputation. Be careful, or I'll sue you for slander. Chu Luqing couldn't help but get angry when he heard He Tian calling his ancestor a perverted Chu. Humph! Who's afraid of who? Come out and fight me if you have the guts. Saying that, He Tian jumped out of the window and soared into the sky, flying out of the city. Let's fight one-on-one. Chu Luqing was also enraged. Disregarding everything else, he leaped out of the window and turned into a gust of wind, chasing after my Tian. It's an immortal. An immortal is actually eating in my shop. Seeing this scene, the shopkeeper couldn't help but be shocked. The other customers were also surprised and happy to see this. Some people even directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Gu Fei. This was the heaven realm, where immortals were not extinct. Therefore, the mortals here were even more in awe of immortals. This was the last thing Gu Fei wanted to see. He quickly jumped out of the window and soared into the sky, chasing after He Tian and the others. Deep in the mountains outside Luoyua City, there was a strong fluctuation of magic power. He Tian and the descendant of Chu Liuxiang, Chu Luqing, were really fighting. In this small Luoyua City, they actually met the descendant of the legendary sage of love, Chu Liuxiang. This was something that Gu Fei and the others could never have imagined. Chu Luqing yearned for his ancestor the most. His ancestor, Chu Liuxiang, was his idol. Since childhood, he had been determined to become an extraordinary man like his ancestor. Even the invincible woman, Sage, favored him. How could Chu Luqing not be angry when He Tian slandered his ancestor? These two guys, Gu Fei and the others, stood in the sky, watching the two people fighting in front of them. They couldn't help but shake their heads. The two seemed to be evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who would win. Wherever they passed, the mountains collapsed and the ground caved in. The area was in chaos. In the end, the two guys actually wrestled with each other, completely losing the bearing of experts. He Tian didn't use his holy weapon. The two of them rolled on the ground. Sometimes He Tian rode on Chu Luqing and punched Chu Luqing's head and face. Sometimes Chu Luqing pressed He Tian under his body and punched He Tian's chest a few times. Gu Fei was too lazy to pay attention to them and didn't stop them. This battle could be said to be thrilling and exciting. Shaoqing, Balan, and the little fatty were beaming with joy, their eyes shining. Monkey steals peach? He Tian is such a wicked guy. As he tumbled, Erebus actually used an unparalleled divine technique. The monkey steals the peach that had worked every time, and he really did manage to steal it. Chu Luqing immediately squealed like a pig being slaughtered. I'll pinch, I'll pinch, I'll pinch, I'll crush your balls. Let's see how you'll show mercy then. He Tian squeezed with all his might, but the balls of a mysterious transformation realm immortal king couldn't be crushed. As Chu Luqing squealed like a pig being slaughtered, he also used ruthless moves. He stabbed his eyes, picked his nose, pulled his hair, and all kinds of unimaginable methods were used. In the end, He Tian finally couldn't bear such a terrifying killing move and let go of the peach he stole. Chu Luqing rolled and crawled away. It's a pity that I didn't crush his balls. He Tian said to himself. Gu Fei and the others were speechless when they heard this. This guy was a complete ruffian. He actually used such a ruffian divine skill. Gu Fei and the others felt embarrassed. Old He, I didn't expect you to have this skill. Shaoqing said with a smile. Humph, This is the way to deal with this kind of perverted thief. Hey Tian said disapprovingly. Unfortunately, although he squeezed with all his might, he didn't crush it in the end. Even so, it was enough for Chu Luqing to endure. After a while, the unlucky fellow who almost had his peach stolen stood up from the ground in a wobbly manner. Again, this time I'll crush it. Hey Tian was about to rush forward again. All right. At this time, Gu Fei finally spoke. Hey Tian was too much of a bastard, and Chu Luqing was a self-proclaimed romantic guy. In fact, he was also a bad guy. When he fought, it was like he was a completely different person. Seeing Gu Fei speak, Hey Tian stopped. Gu Fei came in front of Chu Luqing and said, "Brother Chu, are you okay?" Chu Luqing's hands covered his crotch. His legs were still trembling. It was painful. His balls were almost crushed by He Tian's peach-stealing hand. "I'm fine." Chu Luqing's voice was trembling. It would take him a while to recover. He Tian's move was too ruthless. It almost made Chu Luqing a eunuch. Chapter 1002. Back in Luoyue City, Gu Fei went to Chu Luqing's residence. It was a courtyard, which was taken care of by an old servant. In the courtyard there were several osmanthus trees, which were the most common in Luoyue City. Under the trees there was a stone table and a few stone benches. At this time, Gu Fei and the others were sitting around the stone table. He Tian and Chu Luqing were still staring at each other from time to time. If it were not for Gu Fei's suppression, these two guys would have fought again. Gu Fei did not want to see that kind of battle again. "Brother Chu, with your identity, how could you stay in such a small city?" Gu Fei said. At this time, the old servant brought fragrant tea. Gu Fei picked up a cup of fragrant tea and took a sip. The tea turned into a trace of spiritual energy and was absorbed by his body. Gu Fei could not help but look at the cup of tea in his hand, only to see 1 or 2 pieces of unknown green floating in the cup. You haven't said why you stay here. Aren't you determined to become a thief? This is a very promising career." He Tian said in a muffled voice. When Chu Luqing heard this, a few black lines suddenly appeared on the top of his head, and he glared at He Tian. 10,000 years ago, there was a legendary miracle of the moon deities in Luoyue City. Some people said that the legendary palace of the moon deities may be nearby. When He Tian heard this, he almost jumped up. Everyone could not help but look at him as if they were looking at a monster. This guy's reaction was too big. Could it be? Gu Fei's expression changed slightly, but no one noticed the change in Gu Fei. This guy's reaction was so intense. Did he know about the moon deities' palace? The moon deities were goddesses from the same era as the Supreme Tao Ancestor and other Supreme Tao saints. They lived in the moon palace on the moon and did not descend to the mortal world. However, Gu Fei still knew about the legends of the moon deities. In the mortal realm, there was a festival to worship the moon deities. On that day, the people of the mortal realm would make a type of food called mooncakes. In the late period of the untainted land, the world changed greatly. Could it be that even the moon deities living in the moon palace were affected? What had happened back then? According to Chu Luqing, the moon deities had disappeared for countless years, but left behind a moon palace. In this moon palace, there was the inheritance of the moon deities. The legend of the moon deities' palace had been circulating in the heaven realm, but no one could find such a palace. It was said that even the Emperor Xian and the god emperors had sent people to search for it, but to no avail. But now, this Chu Luqing seemed to know something, and then he lived in seclusion in Luoyue City for 300 years. How did a person like him spend these 300 years? It was really hard to imagine. Why did you tell us such a big secret of the world? Gu Fei thought for a moment and then asked. This guy was definitely not so kind. He must have some ulterior motives. I haven't wasted these 300 years. I have a rough idea of where the moon god's forgotten palace is located. However, I don't have the strength to go there alone. He, Chu Luqing, said such words. Humph. It turns out that you want us to be your cannon fodder. In your dreams. When He Tian heard this, he was immediately unhappy. He could tell that Chu Luqing was definitely not a good guy. Well, if you want to get something, you must pay first. I think everyone is very clear about this truth. Chu Luqing said disapprovingly. His attitude was very clear. He believed that Gu Fei and others were also very clear that he wanted them to be cannon fodder. Chu Luqing did not hide his motives. Boss, you really don't believe this guy's nonsense, do you? This guy is unreliable. He Tian saw that Gu Fei was thinking after hearing Chu Luqing's words, so he could not help but say. Gu Fei looked at He Tian and did not speak. After thinking for a while, he said, If it is the real moon deity's palace, it is worth exploring. If it is not true, then the consequences will be very serious. Gu Fei's last words made Chu Luqing shiver uncontrollably. Big brother, are we really going to explore the moon deity's palace? Xiaoqing asked. He was very unhappy that he still wanted to go, even though he knew that he would be used as cannon fodder. Humph. Although we are cannon fodder, we may turn this guy into cannon fodder at any time. Don't worry, Gu Fei said to Xiaoqing through voice transmission. Chu Luqing did not know the depth of Gu Fei and others. He also did not know that Gu Fei and others had holy weapons, and Gu Fei even had an extreme holy weapon. They even dared to go to the ancient world of antiquity. Could it be that the legendary moon deity's palace was more terrible than the ancient world of antiquity? Although Xiaoqing knew what Gu Fei was thinking, he still tried to dissuade him. He Tian also helped to persuade him. However, Gu Fei seemed to be determined to go to the moon deity's palace. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan all showed a helpless look. Chapter 1003. 3 days later, on a dark and windy night, Gu Fei's group met up with Chu Luqing outside Luoyua City. Then, they rode the moonlight and headed east. Luoyua City was located in a mountain range. It was like an isolated city. The city closest to Luoyua City was a city controlled by the profound Heaven Holy Land. Gu Fei's group was located in the eastern region of the Heavenly Realm. The Heavenly Realm was simply too big. There were 5 Emperor Xian and 4 God Emperors, and this was only in name. Who knew how many more forces were hidden in the dark? The profound Heaven Holy Land was in the east. However, even with the power of the profound Heaven Holy Land, it could only control a radius of 5 million kilometers. The entire east was far more than that. The profound Heaven Holy Land's territory only occupied less than 1/10 of the entire east. The area where Luoyua City was located was too remote. In name, it was the territory of the profound Heaven Holy Land. However, the profound Heaven Holy Land did not send anyone to manage this city. There were many places like this that even the superforces could not manage in the entire east. Soon, Gu Fei's group appeared 10,000 kilometers away. They arrived in the depths of a mountain range. This place was very strange. At a glance, not a single blade of grass grew. The ground was black and no plants could grow here. The entire land seemed to have been burned by heavenly fire. When Gu Fei's group entered this strange area, they immediately felt a strange fluctuation. An unfathomable power actually enveloped this strange area. What is this place? Gu Fei whispered to Chu Luqing. This place was too strange. It made him feel a trace of unease. This is the buried moon land. Chu Luqing did not hide it. Buried moon land. When He Tian heard this, he almost had the urge to punch Chu Luqing. The buried moon land was extremely dangerous because the laws of heaven and earth here were extremely chaotic. This was one of the most dangerous places in the world. Legend had it that the moon fell from the sky and formed it. No wonder this fellow did not dare to come alone. Even if Emperor Xian and the God Emperor came here personally, they would have a headache, not to mention others. Swoosh! At this moment, Xiaoqing stepped on a mark on the ground that was darker than the rest. In an instant, a pitch-black killing light rushed out from under Xiaoqing's feet. Roar! Xiaoqing roared and retreated without thinking. However, it was too late. The black killing light flashed past Xiaoqing's side, and a small part of Xiaoqing's left arm fell off. Xiaoqing! Young master! Gu Fei and Balan immediately turned pale with fright. Gu Fei took a step forward and directly punched out, directly shattering the pitch-black killing light and pulling Xiaoqing back. Roar! Xiaoqing roared. There was no blood flowing out from where his arm was cut off. The power of the true dragon was vast and mighty, and the muscles and tendons in the wound were growing rapidly. In just an instant, Xiaoqing's left arm was completely restored. The flesh and tendons were regenerated, and it was as if he had never been injured. The heaven and earth energy here is extremely chaotic. Be careful. Hei Tian's expression became incomparably solemn. The dangers of the buried moonland were truly unpredictable. Seeing that Xiaoqing was fine, Gu Fei was relieved. If anything happened to Xiaoqing, Chu Luqing would be buried together with Xiaoqing. All of you, follow behind me. Gu Fei did not want Xiaoqing and the others to be in danger. Moreover, his physical body was comparable to an emperor divine weapon. Even if he encountered any danger, he would be able to protect his life. Chu Luqing also hid behind Gu Fei, and everyone rolled their eyes at him. Chu Luqing had never entered the buried moonland before, because he knew that it was one of the most dangerous places in the world. Even if Emperor Xian came, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape unscathed, let alone Chu Luqing. At this time, Xiaoqing and the others no longer hid. A golden divine light rushed out from Xiaoqing's forehead, and a golden pagoda appeared in the golden light. The pagoda had 9 floors, and in each floor there seemed to be a golden world, emitting a vast and terrifying aura, causing Chu Luqing's soul to tremble. This is... Chu Luqing's eyes bulged, and his face was filled with disbelief. This was definitely an imperial weapon, a saint weapon refined by Emperor Xian and the God Emperor. A divine light also rushed out from the top of Hei Tian's and Balan's heads, and a huge star appeared above Hei Tian's head, emitting rays of starlight protecting Hei Tian. As for Balan, a divine pearl like a small sun rushed out from the top of his head, emitting boundless heat, causing Chu Luqing to feel as if he was placed in an oven, and it was extremely uncomfortable. This, Chu Luqing was completely stunned. Shock was no longer enough to describe his current state of mind. 3 imperial weapons. Who were these people? Could it be that these fellows had been pretending to be weak all along? Could it be that a few descendants of Emperor Xian and the God Emperor were traveling with imperial weapons, and he had bumped into them? This time he was really out of luck. He wanted others to be cannon fodder, but in the end he would be the one to be cannon fodder. If not for the fact that he had already entered the burial moon grounds, Chu Luqing would have long since fled. This time his efforts had really gone to someone else's benefit. In the heaven realm, almighty saint weapons were known as imperial weapons, and they were second only to extreme saint weapons. Chu Luqing didn't know that the almighty saint weapons on Gu Fei and the others didn't come from the heaven realm, but from the lower realm. However, to Chu Luqing, this didn't make any difference. Under the pressure of the imperial weapons, Chu Luqing was trembling with fear, and he didn't dare to have any other thoughts. It was impossible for other cultivators to exist in the buried moonland, because the heaven and earth energy here was extremely chaotic, and there were dangers everywhere. Moreover, these dangers weren't fixed in one place. This was also the reason why Chu Luqing would rather stay in Luoyue City for 300 years than figure out the way to enter the buried moonland. Otherwise, he would have entered the buried moonland a long time ago. One must know that the lost palace of the moon deities was a fatal temptation to every cultivator. Even Emperor Xian and the God Emperor would covet it, and they would think of ways to find it. The moon deities was a female saint who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the extreme saint weapon, So the inheritance left behind was definitely an extreme saint weapon. If the lost palace of the moon deities were to appear, the entire heaven realm would be in turmoil. Gu Fei didn't use the extreme saint weapon because now wasn't the time. He wanted to test how far he could go in the buried moon land without using the saint weapon. He took the first step and nothing happened. He took the second step and nothing happened. He took the third step. Gu Fei walked step by step towards the depths of the buried moonland. He was walking very slowly, so Shao Qing and the others behind him also walked very slowly. The buried moonland was really strange. They seemed to have entered a different world, and an unfathomable power shrouded this terrifying region. Swish! After Gu Fei walked for a few hundred meters, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei. Like a destructive ray of death, it strangled Gu Fei's waist. The appearance of the spatial crack came without any warning. It appeared just like that, causing Gu Fei's heart to beat wildly. He then directly pressed his palm forward. Bang! The void trembled. The void in front of Gu Fei's palm had been pierced through by his palm. The spatial crack that was heading towards him had also disappeared into the void. This, even Gu Fei was shocked. The void of the heavenly realm was extremely stable. Even the immortal emperor and Shen King couldn't break it with their emperor weapons. The power displayed by Gu Fei's palm strike was definitely not comparable to the full force attack of an immortal emperor or a god emperor who used their emperor weapons. However, he had penetrated a part of the void. This could only mean that the void of the buried moonland was different from other places. It was like a world of its own. It was really unbelievable. Gu Fei discovered that the void he had penetrated was actually very difficult to repair. He had no choice but to change his path. He took a detour around the shattered void in front of him and continued forward. One couldn't help but admit that the buried moonland was really too strange. Several hours had passed, but Gu Fei and the others had only advanced a few dozen li. However, during this time, Gu Fei, who was walking at the front, had actually encountered danger over 1,000 times. If he was an ordinary person, he would have died countless times. There was one time when Gu Fei took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was actually sent out of the buried moonland by an unknown force. This scared Chu Luqing half to death. If something happened to Gu Fei, they would probably be trapped in this infamous, ominous place. The buried moonland was harder to travel than any ominous place. It was not a place that humans could set foot in. The chaotic energy of the heavens and earth formed countless dangers. A single wrong step could cost one their life.